So good morning, everyone. Let's start. We were waiting a little bit for people to wake up, actually. So today we will start with a small session of short oral communications. Then we will continue actually with a coffee break. Then we will have one symposium on evolution of musicality. And that's the program before lunch. So that's it. I think that we can start. Who is the first one from this session? Who wants to start?
Good morning. My name is Beatriz Codo. I'm from the Laboratory of Neurodevelopment and Evolution from Universidade Federal de Minas Gerais. And I'm going to present a little bit of the work we do in the lab. The title of our work is Dopamine Behind Brain Development and Behavior, an Evolutionary Perspective. So we know dopamine is a modulatory neurotransmitter in all vertebrates and is involved in the sensory perception, the regulation of prolactin, regulation of body temperature, is involved in the balance between hunger in society and in sexual behavior. So it's really conserved around all vertebrates in these functions. Dopamine has has 5 receptors in mammals, and when they are activated, there is a molecular pathway that leads to dopamine-dependent behaviors. I'm not going to explore a lot of these here because we are focusing on the behaviors. So we know that dopamine is involved mostly in motivation and aversion behavior, in the reward system, motor behavior, and attention. And that this regulation of dopamine can lead to a lot of neuropsychiatric disorders, especially during the beginning of the development of the animal. So dopamine is present in all metazones, and the evolvability of the dopamine system was really important for our species to keep alive in the evolution. In dopaminergic receptors, they are really similar in sequence, in structure, and function. But the different kinds are not related between each other. Today, we use mostly animal models to study the role of dopamine systems and receptors, especially mice and zebrafish. They are really conserved compared with humans. So we can use these animals to modulate how this happens in the human and make suppositions about how human behavior works. So during development, dopamine has a role in several phases of the brain development. Neuromigration, myelinization, synaptogenesis, apoptosis, and this really, when we have different, when we have disruptions in different phases, we have different behavior consequences. The objective of the work I'm going to present is to evaluate the role of dopamine on behavior in different development windows across distinct animal models. I'm going to present work we did on early development and late development. In late development, we explored the perinatal and postnatal phase. So I start with early development. We use zebrafish. That is a small fish that is used a lot in research of behavior, neuroscience, development, and genetics. We expose the zebrafish larvae to dopamine during the 3rd to the 5 days post-fertilizations. We put the larvae in those little plates. We chose these days because it is important to the development of dopaminergic and GABAergic systems. And we had a group of control larvae that weren't exposed to any drugs. Then we did behavior tests in 5 days post-fertilization, 7 and 14. So the first test we did is the open field test. So it's a test when you put the animal in a, like in a arena, and you record how the behavior of the animal was. So we measure how much mobile episodes the larva started, how much time the larva spent swimming, and how much the distance travel. It's here. Oh, sorry. So we saw that the chronic exposure to dopamine decreased motor behavior in zebrafish larvae in all ages. We saw that during the in the 5 days post-fertilization is really a strong phenotype of this behavior, but in 14 is a little weaker, so it's recovering a little bit. And we also did the light dark box test. There is a test where there is a space that is light and there is a space that is dark. And the larvae prefers to be in the light side because it feels protected. So it explores less the dark side because it's like it's something aversive. We also call it like anxiety-like behavior because it's phenotype similar to anxiety, but we can call it anxiety because we don't know the emotional state of the animal. So our larvae with 5 days, they spend a lot less time in the dark zones. Spend a lot of time really stopped in the freezing behavior, but this behavior didn't maintain during the rest of development. To explore the late development, I'm going to present first the perinatal phase. That is like the beginning, really beginning after the female gives birth. So we use mice for this behavior, and we injected L-dopa, the precursor of dopamine, in mice, in the little pups, from the 1st day to the 5th day of birth. And we also use a group that received just the vehicle, que was saline, as our control group. We divided by sex, so we make our work with females and males. And we did the behaviors when they were adolescent. So we did the open field, that is a similar idea, then the zebrafish. We did the elevated plus maze. That is attached where you have a maze that is a little elevated from the floor, and 2 arms are closed, have closed walls, so the animal is protected, and 2 arms have open walls, so the animal can see that is elevated and he can fall. So the principle of the test is when the animal has increased anxiety-like behavior, it avoids the open arms. We also did the feeding suppressed by novelty test. That is a test where we let the animals 24 hours without food, And in the next day, when you put the animal in a new environment, the food is in the middle. So the animal wants to stay protected in the corners, but is also hungry, so he wants to explore the food. And then he has to assess like a balance of explore and taking risks for food. In the open field, we saw that the chronic exposure to dopamine increased the exploratory behavior of male adolescent mice, but we didn't saw anything in the females. Now, just to be clear, the hearing is the exploratory, the vertical exploratory, when the animal is exploring like this. Sorry. In the Elevate Plus maze, we saw that the chronic exposure to dopamine did not change the adverse behavior in adolescent mice in any or females or males. And in the feeding suppressed by Norwich, we saw the decreased exposure increased adverse behavior in adolescent mice, males only two. In the to evaluate the postnatal behavior, we injected dopamine from the second day to the 14th day of after birth, and we did the open field in like that box. Like the box in mice is similar to the zebrafish, only that the mice prefer the dark instead of the light. Okay. So in the open field, we saw the L-dopa females show increased exploratory behavior and decreased adverse behavior when compared with saline. When the animal is in the center, is exploring more, and it also is being less sensitive to adverse behavior, because the animal prefers to stay in the corners, just like humans when we enter a new space. But in the like dark box, we saw that the saline L-dopa the L-dopa females also showed decreased adverse behavior, because they prefer to stay in the light a lot more than females injected with saline. So I did a little like a summary, because it's a lot of data. So we saw that in early development, all larvae had the chronic exposure to dopamine, decreased exploratory behavior, increased adverse behavior. And in the late development, perinatal, we saw increase of exploratory behavior and adverse behavior in males, and increased exploratory behavior and decrease of adverse behavior in females. Okay, but what does it mean? So we saw that dopamine has a role in neurodevelopment that is conserved throughout evolution, but has different roles, because in distinct development windows, we saw different behavioral alterations. Our next steps now is to evaluate the mechanisms, how this is happening in the cell, and also focus on different receptors. So we are now working with Confirmatory and SKF that are agonists of the 1 and the 2 receptors. Eita. Oh. Okay. I just was like to thank for all the organization of the meeting, for allowing me to present our work, and for everybody in the lab that helped to do all this work, and everybody, all the people who gave us money too. So, thank you. Tá, desculpa.
Just one question. I recently saw a TED Talk by Helen Fisher, if you know her on this, and she associated lust, sexual desire, with serotonin, and passion or addiction, whatever, with dopamine, and trust and comfort with oxytocin. And she didn't distinguish between early and late development. I don't know what you think of Helen Fisher's arguments there, but if you have any idea, I'm curious to know what what you think about that.
Just so I'm sure I understand. You want to know like what I think about this sexual behavior? You mean, or the? Sorry.
Eu vou falar em português, acho que é mais fácil, né?
Tá.
O Helen Fisher, né, você se conhece, esta pesquisadora sobre sexualidade, paixão, coisa. Ela, eu recentemente vi uma fala dela no TED Talks, em que ela associou luxúria, desejo sexual, com serotonina. Associou paixão, que ela associa também a obsessão e a ficar viciado em coisas assim, né? Ela falou que isso estava relacionado com dopamina. E depois confiança, conforto, estava associado à oxitocina. Ela não fez diferença entre desenvolvimento...
Entendi.
Eu queria saber o que tu acha dessas falas dela.
Tipo, eu posso responder em português? Ou... Eu não sei. Não, então eu vou responder em inglês mesmo. Meu inglês não é muito bom, então já peço desculpas. Mas, so dopamine is involved in the addiction and the compulsive behavior. We saw that a lot of drugs they are involved in the activation of dopamine systems, and then the use of the drug changes the balance of receptors. So when the person starts to need even more drug, and then when the person stops to use the drug, the system is all disbalanced because all receptors are altered. So, and we also saw that normally when the mom is addicted, a lot of babies already are born with what's the word? Abstinence. So we know that anything can affect the development of the brain. And I never read specifically about the balance of oxytocin and serotonin, but I think it makes sense to think about dopamine in this, like you mentioned. I don't know if I answered your question. Okay, thank you.
I will do one question only.
Okay.
Do you have a hypothesis on why female mice was less aggressive with dopa? Because I think it's common sense that dopamine is correlated with reward systems. So exploratory behavior are very related to dopamine. But I was very interested with the relation between dopamine and aggressiveness.
We didn't measure aggression specifically, but we also know that dopamine is involved in the motor behavior. We saw that when dopaminergic neurons are dying, we have Parkinson. So my hypothesis is that during this increase of dopamine is make this increase in exploratory behavior. But when I see all work in our lab beyond this one, we are noticing that the female development and the male development they are not exactly synchronized. So we saw some effects in males during a window, and in females like a little bit later or a bit little earlier. So we want to see now the behavior in adult mice, because this is adolescent mice, so to see how it would be.
Sorry, I have read aggressive instead of aversive. Sorry.
It's
my
because
mistake.
the test is about anxiety-like behavior, but I feel a little uncomfortable to jump to a decrease of anxiety, because I don't want to assume that my control mice are anxious. So I think about how the mice has a decreased aversive behavior to the environment of the test. So, thank you. Anyone want?
Hello, Andresa. I was thinking about if you know something, I don't really know about the relation of dopamine with personality traits, because the tests you used are all used for measuring personality in animals. So I think you have that data already for exploring the relationship between dopamine and personality and the development of personality. Have you done something like that?
Yeah, I read a lot of work that use this elevate plus maze and they like their box to separate the animals in bold animals and animals that are a little more shy. But I never explored it a lot. But I think it's really interesting. Yeah.
You can use your data already for
yeah, that's true.
Inducing or inferring some relation with personality. I don't know.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
And you already have that data. You can publish.
Thank you. I'll tell the people in the lab. Okay, thank you.
Hello. Good morning. Hi, my name is Andresa. I'm a doctorate student at Federal University of Espírito Santo, located here in Brazil. And Dr. Tokumaru is my advisor, and Josan was my advisor during my doctorate sandwich at University of Bucharest in Romania. So I'm excited to share some of my results from my doctorate, and today I'll focus on the psychometric properties of the evolutionary fitness scale, Brazilian version. So, depression is one of the most common mental health issues around the world, and it's a major cause for disability. The prevalence of depression in Brazilians is 5.8%, and women, individuals aged in 40 and 59 or more than 80 years old, live in urban areas, low education, smoke, and chronic disease are more likely to have depression in Brazil. I'm fast because of the time. So, fitness has been described in evolutionary biology as reproduced successfully and it transmits gene to the next generation, and the situations and behavior that reduce fitness result in psychological pain. So, our hypothesis consider that those who suffer from depression have a fitness problem to be solved. Based on that, the evolutionary fitness scales was developed by Josan in 2018 as a measure for dimensions implicated fitness in humans. Humans suffer from depression. Oh my God. Okay. The scales is composed for 45 in the case the respondent do not have children, or 58 items in the case of the respondent has children. Scoring the likely type scale from 1 strongly disagree to 5 strongly agree, and the scale was validated in America, thus the original language is English. So our mean was to translate and culturally adapt the evolutionary fitness scale to the Brazilian population and evaluate its psychometric properties. So was the processing. This study was approved by the Research Ethics Committee of Federal University of Espírito Santo, and then there we followed the process of translate. First, we need to translate and for Portuguese Brazilian speakers, and then back translation to English, and this verse was sent to the original author to evaluate them and make some comments if necessary. Then you test in small sample 12 people who was instructed to do some comments and see if the language was okay, how could be more clear. And then you did the data collections in a large sample, 710 people, use a Lime survey, and this was the measuring: socio-demographic evolutionary fitness scale, patient health questionnaire 9, the World Health Organization quality of life, and the social adjustment scales. So we did the exploratory fact analysis and then the confirmatory fact analysis. Our sample was the university community, and the criteria was aged 18 years old or over, and then the sample consisted of 715 participants. However, 5 of them were classified as missing data for filling up wrong both control questions, resulting in a final sample of 710 adults. This was the control questions. As you can see, there is just possible one correct answer. I am Napoleon's brother or sister? No. And I have crossed the Atlantic Ocean by swim? No. And the 5 people answer yes. That's funny. I don't know why. Okay, so this is our sample. Most were white, 51.9%, followed by brown, black, Asian, indigenous. Here in Brazil, we have these black people, consider brown, black, and I am, for example, brown, and they have black people. So the mean age was 31.8 years old, most were females, most were single, undergraduate, and 26 had children. Use this factor software for conduct the EFA, that's in order to verify the cultural difference, the structure of EFS. And this factors is a free software produced by Lorenzo Silva and Fernando. So this is the step of exploratory factor analysis. First, we try to do FS, EFA, but in the whole sample, but the software indicated any error in our output. So the best decision to resolve that was divide the sample into 2 groups, those who have children and the total sample. The total sample was used to conduct EFA from the items 1 to 45, and the items 1 to 46 to 58 questions about offspring were used to conduct EFA for those who had children. And items either fully loaded or cross-loaded was on multiple factor were removed. This resulted in a full factor solution with 34 items. Male veil, this is the name of the factors. Male veil, 7 items. Health, 7 items. Social capital, 11 items. Offspring quality, 9 items. The adequacy of the model was evaluated using the KMO test, the root mean square error of approximation, and the comparative fit index, and the Turkel index. Our results were great. This is the parameter. And then it's our result. As you can see, it's higher than minimal. Then age, it's amazing. It's about It's an index that evaluates how well a set of items represent a common factor, and the high H values suggest a well-defined latent variable, which is more likely to be stable across study, which means that EFS-BR dimensions may value have social capital offspring quality, may be stable across studies. And for the reality of the construction, we did the Cronbach's alpha that was great as well. Finally, we did the confirmatory effect analysis for test this structure finding in FEA with JASP. This is a free software for University of Amsterdam. And the user recommended cutoffs that indicate a good fitting for validation. This is the parameter, and this is our results. As you can see, it was great as well. So, but, although the Bartley test was, was significant, the result is expected to not be significant. But the other indices supported the model. This p-value was explained by the residual covariance between some pair of items. By inserting this residual covariation to the model, there was an improvement of all fit indices. Bartley test is a very sensitive test, so there is no problem in the model if this is happening. So the local relation between factors supported the multifactorial structure. This is our model, the CFA. As you can see here, we have the items that's for every dimensions, and the compositive reality determine the variation in the factors load of the items. So we did this article omega for every dimension, and that was great as well. And finally, because the original verse showed a two-factor solution, personal adaptiveness, factor 1, and factor 2, partners of offspring fitness, we tested both solutions in our sample. Our solution, finding our sample, the multifactor, and the B dimensions found in the original study. But we did not find any support for two-factor solution. On the other hand, the CFA supported our four-factor solution. About the constructor validated, we were expected to find the first moderate positive correlation between EFS dimensions and the whole quality of life. And this is the result. Every dimension was significant with quality of life. And we expect to negative correlation between EFS dimensions and PHQ-9 for depression. And every dimension was significant except the FES offspring quality. This is the items for mate value. I read just 3. That's the most important thing. I am satisfied with my sex life with my partner and I are very comfortable sexuality. I believe my partner is faithful to me. In the health, I eat very healthy. I am active outdoor person. I exercise at least 4 times a week. My family members, social capital. My family members brag about me. I am admired by my friends, and I am important to people rather than my family. Offspring quality. I have a close relationship with my children. My children's confident in me, and my children trust and follow my advice. High correlation were observed between the 3 EFS dimensions, may value, health, and social capital, and the PHQ-9 for depression. Suggests that the high score in these areas implicated in light depression, and vice versa, supporting our hypothesis. However, there was no correlation between EFS-BR offspring quality and PHQ-9, as expected. We hypothesized that another variable should be taken into consideration. In general, those who have children can be engaged in marriage or a longer-term relationship. In our sample, that was true. The major was marriage, and being married can be protective against depression. So we have here the common precipitants for depression, and here in the side, in the left, in the right, we have the FSBR dimensions, and we hypothesize that people who suffer from unemployment, maybe it will be a problem with in the social capital, and the lack of social support in postpartum depression. Hi, Hagen. It will be a problem with social capital, and the social rank by price, that's hypothesis for price. It will be problem with social capital, and the romantic strife with Mayvale, divorce Mayvale, and the grief social capital, and the offspring quality in case of the mother or the father lost her child. And the chronic disease in health. But we need further research to test this hypothesis. And this happened to me as well. So there was a photo here from my lab and my team, my colleagues. And I would like to thank you for the conference and for my colleagues from my lab, and a special thank you for my advisor, Dr. Suemi Tokumaru, and for CAPS, who supported my scholarship, and for the others who helped me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Did you have any items that reflected conflict in social relationships in the fitness scale?
No. No, we have this item that was conflict with health. This was about attractiveness, and there was a crossload together with the health. So to resolve this problem, we cut about, we need to put the high number for cut the items, but you don't know why it was together. But yes, we know, because if you look for the literature and in Western society, health is related with attractive. And healthy people is more able to find them for mate. But no social relationship, I think.
Okay. And did you, just out of an exploratory fashion, look at the association of your fitness scale with the individual symptoms of depression? So you were using the PHQ-9, I think. I'm curious, for example, if you found any interesting associations with suicidality or sadness, or if there are any differences at the symptom level.
Yes, we have a clinical sample, but we have just 50 minutes, so I didn't present the clinical sample, but we have this result. It's very amazing, interesting. And another opportunity you presented this, the clinical sample.
Great, thanks.
Hello, thank you very much for your presentation. I was just curious about the two questions that allowed to take off 5% from the questionnaires about the Napoleon sisters or brother and the other. What is the importance of this question?
Look, when people answer the kind of questionnaire, it's an online questionnaire. They're receiving the homes and they opening the questionnaires and start to answer. So we have a lot of questionnaires there. It was 176 questions. It's a lot. So use the control question to test if the person is really pay attention in the answer, in her answer. So if they answer like this question like that, yes, I'm Napoleon brothers or sister, and I crossed the Atlantic Ocean by swim. This proves for us maybe they is not paying attention correct in in the question. So you need to cut off as missing data because you don't know what's happening. So that's maybe that's wrong. This was just match and match. Do not pay attention to the questions, correct?
I understand. These questions were in the original questionnaire, you chose it? Because I don't know, if I were to answer a questionnaire like this with many questions, and if I saw a question so obvious, maybe I would be tempted to answer it wrongly, because it's so obvious, the answer, you know. So I wondered if maybe it was a possible behavior.
See, it's because that we have first test in a small sample. And in the small sample, we have this control question as well. And we asked for the small sample, how was to answer that? This kind of a question makes sense for you. And received some feedback for this small sample. There was, are you trying induce me to answer that question? No. But the best solution for testing people is pay attention, is put the control questions. And maybe because the age, these 5 people was very young. Maybe they did this because they wanted to do. It's like, oh, this is a funny question, I will put yes. But I don't know, so how can I know? So I don't consider it as a missing data. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Hagen as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for nice presentations. And we will continue with Lillian. Right? Am I right? Okay. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Okay, now they told me that I need to stand here, and this is a little difficult for me, but I'm going to try. So. I'm Lilian. I'm a postdoc fellow at Painel Hóspede Gêmeos, the twin panels panel. I'm a white female girl with a short hair and a blonde hair. And I'm using black and jeans for those that can see me. So now I'm talking about a little bit of what we are doing using thermography to detect facial indicators of dental anxiety in twins. Okay. So let's start. Remember that some individuals are more susceptible than others to environmental influences. That's influences that for better or for worse. Some positive influences can be social support or attention, and negatives could be such as injured or overwhelmed state. And these individuals respond to different at different stimuli. I'm a little bit tired. So let's think about the possibility of going to the dentistry. So now you have to go to the dentist. How do you feel about this? Do you feel anxious or afraid? So let's remember the differences again of anxiety. That's an emotional state preceding something that you're expecting, and afraid and fear is a response to an object or a situation that you are facing. So we are working with anxiety. It's here. So, okay. So fight or flight, okay. If we need facing a stressful situation, we present some behavioral and physiological changes. And these changes are something like the, I forgot the word. You have a, thank you. And it's heart rate and in instance of your heart contractility, dilatation of your skeletal muscles, and a bronchodilation. And we have these consequences: blood pressure, temperature, and alteration in the respiratory rate. And what about dental anxiety? Well, this is related. So dental anxiety is a specific type of anxiety that is related to the dentistry. And this affects something around 36% of the population, and 12% of the people around the world suffers with extreme fears from dentistry. And then we want to understand this. And this, we are going to think about surface temperature. And surface temperature, it's used to detect a lot of states in medical environment, like tumors, infections, inflammations, and they look like hot spots in these thermographers. So, and also facial thermography has been used as an indicator of anxiety, and then to dental anxiety. Thinking about this, we want to understand how this develops, and we are using twins to understand these mechanisms. So our aim is to analyze the reaction of twin children aged 7 to 12 years old, but in fact we have a higher range of ages, but I'm going to talk about the 7 to 12 years old children today, and check the differences between twin siblings in the reaction to this dental experience, and if there is a correlation between the dental anxiety and the changes in facial temperature. So what we use? We are studying these twins using a thermographic camera, a self-report questionnaire. That is this questionnaire that is specific about the dentistry environment, that children has to answer how they are feeling about going to the dentist, or if the dentist touches you, or if they put you that little engine, or to have to extract your tooth, and they point to us how they are feeling in these phases. And we did this in here. I'm going to show you the two situations. The first time they go to the dentist and the subsequent visit. So the first time it's a clinical exam. Just the dentist looks, okay, it's okay, everything's okay, you are going just one more time. Oh, okay, you have a lot of problems, we are going to see you some 2 or 3 times more. And after that, the first treatment visit, when children are experiences for real the treatment. And so they first answer this questionnaire, and then they sit in the chair and we took pictures. These pictures, we name it at pre-treatment, during the treatment, and after the treatment. And we are specifically looking at the tip of the nose, your forehead, and your ear. And we calculated differences between these areas' temperature before and during the treatment, and before and after the treatment, and compare it with your anxiety scale. So until now, it's until now because we have almost 70 pairs, but I bring here only 13 pairs for you. So they are around 9 years old, and the tip of the nose, it's the more expressive changes in the temperature, around 2 degrees. And we had no differences between monozygotic and dizygotic twins. And we can see here that the difference in the tip of the nose, it's the most higher. And what we can see until now is that the anxiety that children expressed in the questionnaire in the first visit was a moderated anxiety, and until now, with these 13 children, we cannot see the differences. But we can see here that it's a trend line that this could be possible. But when we look to the changes in the temperature, we see that in the second one, that is when children are experiencing the treatment, it's higher. It's a higher difference, which means that the tip of the nose is colder during the treatment than there was before the treatment. So thinking about that fight or flight situation, you are putting your blood to your legs if you need to run, and your nose is not so important in this moment. So we saw this, that there is a tendency to increase this dental anxiety in the second visit. And we can see this, expected this, because they are already showing these higher changes in temperature. Previous studies have shown this association between high levels of dental anxiety and traumatic dental events. But on the other hand, there are other factors that could affect this dental anxiety, like vulnerability, personal perceptions, the perception of that I don't have the control, what this person is doing in my mouth. And this could be related to this anxiety. And think about that. Dental anxiety, like I told you, is a response to a danger or a threat situation. That is that person that is putting their hand in my mouth. And what we want to do now is to see if age, sex, environmental sensitivity, and the repetition that we can see a learning processes to the dentist environment could change this dental anxiety. And this is a project that we are doing together, the Psychological Institute, Medicine Hospital, and Dentistry Institute here at USP. And I think this is that. These are some moments with our children, the team, the cameras here, and all our sponsors. And if you look at this, our website, maybe you can see something about this, our related projects. So it's that. Thank you. And if you have any questions.
Hey, thank you for the talk. Just one quick question. So what do you think the practical applications of this would be? So if you find that this is a consistent way of identifying dental anxiety, how could that then be used in clinical settings and et cetera?
I think that we could use this to reach a more humanized treatment. There are a lot of mothers sometimes tell us histories that, he felt and the dentistry was not very nice. They just put the instruments there, and my children now doesn't want to go to the dentistry. So I think that in the clinic, we can use this to reach a more humanized treatment. And this is something that in this big project we are reaching. I have a colleague, another postdoc colleague, that she's studying the dentists. So we are how they feel with different children, different responses. That children that's only cry, and you just, hello, and children are already crying. So how to think and how to organize all this chaos, because it's really a chaos. It's a lot of children talking at the same time, but it's very interesting. So for the clinic, I think that's our goal, our main goal. It's just about the clinic that you asked?
Well, I'm generally practical applications, because it seems maybe the value is you're able to detect this anxiety without verbal communication, right? So they don't have to express anything. It's just you're taking these, physiological indicators of what their experience is, and I'm imagining how, because everyone wants to know how that kind of research would be applied. That's where all the money is, right? And so I'm wondering where the next step in application would be.
Yes, what we can see in this, when we look for correlations between the temperature and the answers, sometimes younger children, they answers, oh, I'm happy. But when we took the picture, they changed 2 degrees. That is a lot of degrees, because this study was already did with adults, and that adults that has the higher anxiety levels changes 1 degree. And children, no, I'm happy. It's okay. She can took my tooth off, and she changes 2 degrees. So I think that we can understand the perception of the emotions and the development of these perceptions. Because we have children with 4 years, and we have children with 15 years. So we are accompanying them through 2 years, and we are going to be to look to the changes and all these constructions.
is one.
Hi Lillian, very nice presentation. I really liked it. I'm not sure if I missed it when you presented, but is dental anxiety correlated with general anxiety or with the other types of anxiety you presented?
I don't know how to answer this because I don't know, I really don't know. But I think that maybe, because it could be, if it is related to environmental sensitivity, so it will be related with general anxiety. So this is our next step, to see these relations to these different type of people.
Oh, I see. It kind of sounds like a phobia, but it's might not be. Is it common in children to be? How prevalent is?
Dentistry phobia.
Yes.
They are not participating in our study, but we see a lot of children screaming, and mothers need to help to keep the children in the chairs, but they are too young to answer to our questions. So we are seeing just their behavior, and we see they are. I saw one biting the dentist, and the dentist was just there. So I think that it could be common, and this is one of the things that we want to understand. If your family has this, if it's more frequently in children too, so this is our steps that we are analyzing.
I see. That makes sense. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for nice presentations, for a nice session. So. And let's have a short coffee break, some 15, 20 minutes, and then we will come back. Symposium, who is out there on the coffee break and is hearing me, come over. We will start. So actually it's my pleasure, and I'm quite excited about the symposium about evolution of musicality. So yeah, that's it, I think, actually.
Well, so good morning. I was asked to chair this next symposium, so on the evolution of human musicality. And the first speaker will be Marco Varella from University of São Paulo, which will present, as you can see, his talk on nocturnal selective pressures on the evolution of human musicality.
Thank you, Professor Edu. Good morning, everybody. It's an honor to be here. I'm glad to see everybody here. So, in my talk, I will explore the temporal dimension and how it can illuminate some points about the evolution of human musicality. I'm Marco Varella. I'm a postdoc here at the Institute of Psychology, Experimental Psychology department. And, well, if we take a look at the literature, and the literature is really scattered, right? We can put together many different evidence that combined as a whole indicates that human musicality might be an evolutionary adaptation, right? So, because it fits many criteria, commonly believed that indicates adaptations. It's very old. If you think about the voice, right, the ability to sing or to speak, the anatomy of the voice is already ready long ago, 2 million years ago. And most recently we start finding musical instruments. It's universal, right? So all cultures have music. It evokes strong emotions and pleasures. And it's very costful, right? So in terms of time, energy, effort, and it's really very different between humans and our very close relatives, right? So humans are better in doing music than artificial intelligence, for instance, and our closest relatives, apes. And of course, there are many predispositions, right? So it's very fun to learn music, to sing, and I could observe firsthand in my own children that they, before speaking, they were already singing, right? And if you look to the animal literature, the comparative literature, you can see that many species, they have capacities to do long, elaborated songs. And so everything together gives us a strong confidence that musicality might be an adapted feature of human nature. Now, I said that humans are very different from our closest relatives, but if we look closely, we can see that they have already many precursors of musicality, right? So musicality didn't come out of nowhere, right? There are already some level of proto-musicality in chimpanzees. There are studies showing that they have capacities for rhythmic synchronization and entrainment. They can get into a rhythm tendencies for drumming, for instance. They prefer more consonant music. They prefer human, African, and Indian traditional music over silence, right? And of course, in nature, they have many classes of behaviors that we could say that there has some musical side to it, like rain dancing and pant-hoot chorusing and their carnival displays. Lots of vocalizations, grouped together. And there was one study that showed that in captive chimpanzees, instrumental music increases affiliative behavior, while vocal music decreases agonistic behavior. So, of course, very few studies, but they can already give us a sense that there was, in the common ancestors of humans and chimpanzees and bonobos, there was a level of musicality, some proto-musicality. Now the question is how this common ancestral proto-musicality became the full-blown human musicality, right? So we'll be focusing in this initial part of the history, right? Well, Charles Darwin, despite saying that music is one of the most mysterious traits that humans possess, he suggested, after going through many types of evidence, right, he suggests that maybe sexual selection could be part of the answer, right? And last year we celebrated 150 years of this Darwinian suggestion. And so he argued that the pleasures, the universality, the prehistoric antiquity, emotions evoked, and the adaptive conversions of musical and dancing behaviors become intelligible to a certain extent if we may assume that musical tones and rhythm were used by our half-human ancestors during the season of courtship, when all animals of all kinds are excited not only by love, but by the strong passions of jealous, rivalry, and triumph. And since Darwin, of course, the field, and especially in most recent decades, the field has really expanded, the evolutionary musicology, biomusicology field. And so many theories for the ancestral adaptive value for human musicality have been proposed, from individual to kinship advantages, from pre-puberty to post-puberty selection focus, from indirect effects on fitness to direct effect on fitness, on non-artistic domains, right, related to fitness. So, for instance, the music could help you to be more creative in general, and then you can use these to solve your survival problems. So, some indirect effects. From survival to reproductive benefits, and from intersexual to intersexual selection. So nice variety of possibilities, and I have just put together a few here. So musicality might have promoted ancestral social cohesion and coordination, signaling of coalitions, territorial defense, anti-predatorial defense, a safe passage of time, parental care, like the mother-infant bonding, all the lullabies, mate choice, and mate competition. It's important to stress that the theories per se are not necessarily mutually exclusive, right? So what we need is really more data. In 2005, you know, Steven Pinker, he's very critical to adaptive theories of human musicality. He has proposed that music only reuses the cognitive machinery for language and acoustic evaluation, right? And in 2005, in a preface of a book, he argued that the proposed adaptive functions of musicality, such as group cohesion, they are circular, thus not proper explanations, because they do not rely on a set of principles independent of the part of psychology being explained. So he gives there an example of the human eye, right? For you to explain the adaptive value, to do the reverse engineering of human eye, you have to go to optics and how light behaves, and then you can understand why the human eye has such a configuration of parts promoting sight, right? So he said, generating and sensing sequence of sounds is not an independently motivated solution to the problem of maintaining solidarity in case of group cohesion, right? In the way that, say, the emotion of empathy or the motive to punish free riders is part of such solutions, right? So he's trying to think, okay, so if that was true, group cohesion, why the hell some sounds would make people get together, right? So, and of course, when Darwin said that music is one of the most mysterious of capacities, he was thinking about daily habits of life. Daily, right? So, what I'm doing here, I will propose to clarify the evolution of human musicality by stressing the when of how the ancestral proto-musicality evolved into full human musicality. So, I'm suggesting that the nights might be the missing piece of a puzzle that can help organize different theories in a bigger scheme. First, we have to think about my proposal is that the expansion of evening activities tied to habitual use of fire throughout human evolution might help explain how the ancestral proto-musicality became human musicality, and might help to integrate current evolutionary explanations for the ancestral adaptive values of musicality, right? So, we all have this chronobiology, we all have tendencies to behave during the day, during the night, and if you go for the literature, you discover that the common ancestor of all primates were nocturnal, and apes, they are not really diurnal animals. We are more called catameral, which is like when we have activity not really restricted to a particular time of day and night. There are night behaviors in other apes, right? So, for instance, carnival displays in chimpanzees may happen during the night, and also play behavior has been observed during the night in chimpanzees. And captive male orangutans, they perform premeditated nocturnal long calls, right? So primate lineage, they really rapidly adapt to the circadian pattern, occupying either the diurnal or nocturnal niches, right? And humans, it seems that humans expanded this initial nocturnal tendency that the common ancestor might have, right? If we look to the pattern of sleep that humans have, we have a shorter sleep, which is deeper and with more occasions of rapid eye movements sleep, right? So it's like a more optimized sleeping, which gives us more free time for social activities even during the night, right? And what is a major difference between our evolution and the other apes is that we had the use of fire, right? And the fire was a significant evolutionary factor in our evolution. It started opportunistically 1.6 million years ago, and the habitual use of fire was some 400 to 300,000 years ago, right? So, and it's slightly later in modern humans. It started first, the habitual use started first on Neanderthals, right? So it was like opportunistic music, and this is wildfire, natural fire, opportunistic first, and then some transition phase, and the most recent habitual use of fire. And if we look to the tribal societies nowadays, we see that around the campfire during the nights, we have lots of eating, singing, dancing, storytelling, and rituals, right? So we can see in many places there are common rituals around the fire at night. And this is a nice anthropological study that showed that during the night people talk about stories much more than any other topic, and during the day they talk about other things, economic things, right? They joke, right? But during the night it's mostly stories, and you can see here the activities, and you see that during the nights and the day marriages happen roughly the same frequency. The shadow exchange is when you exchange gifts and presents, like non-food items. So it happened almost the same frequency. But the trance healing, the dance to heal, then it's more frequent during the night. So we had during the night more of these activities, right? So what are the recurrent features of the nights that our ancestors faced every day for millions of years, right? During the night, there is low luminosity, and it impairs vision, right? So it selects for higher acoustic capacities, right? So 2020, these two authors published this very nice paper comparing 1,800 species, and they showed that the origins of acoustic communication in vertebrates is related to nocturnal activity, right? So it's a very recent finding that has important implications for theories of evolution of language and evolution of music, right? So the simple fact that it's darker, it's already would lead to a higher musicality. And then there is the dangerousness of the night, right? So then it would select for a higher alertness toward harmful agents, conspicuous preventive defense, so you make noise for the animals to be scared. It would promote, make sense to have social agglomeration, right? Because when everybody's together, we are more protected. Risk take, sensation seeking, openness to experience, right? Curiosity during the night, and of course, anxiety alleviation, because it's, of course, dangerous during the night, right? There are many, in natural settings, there are still attacks from big cats, for instance, lions, and stuff. And it's funny because evening-oriented individuals, those that they prefer to sleep late and wake up late, they tend to be more risk takers, and they tend to be more open to experience, and they tend to be more original, open to culture, novelties, curious, and well-informed, right? And the evening's chronotype is common among musicians and composers, right? And it's common among individuals with higher beat synchronization. And in a nice study, they put like speakers in the forest, and they realized that human voices scare big predators, right? Large carnivores. Another feature of the night is that it's the period of the day that we are most tired, right? So it's more difficult for you to self-regulate, right? And we easily succumb to immediate pleasures. So people who are quitting smoke, for instance, they have more trouble not smoking during the night than during the day. Evening-oriented individuals, they have lower self-control, they are more impulsive, and they are more hedonistically oriented, right? So, and we know, of course, that musical activities, they give pleasure, right? They stimulate the pleasure centers in our brain. And the last feature, recurrent feature of the night that I want to stress here is that darkness partially conceals one's identity, right? So as soon as you are a little bit farther from the fire, it's difficult to know your identity, right? So what it gives us is that this gives us a sense of privacy, anonymity, which disinhibits socially repressed behaviors, right? And we know that humans exhibit a covert courtship, hidden sexual intercourse, and when you go for the literature, you realize that humans actually have a major peak of sexual activity during the night, around 21 hours, right? And of course, most promiscuous individuals, they are more nocturnal. And if you go for the literature on nightclubs, you can see that they are really the mating grounds for humans, right? So this study is very nice. They saw that there is a 50% increase of couples leaving the nightclubs than the ones entering it. So you go there alone and end up going home with someone, right? So this increased nocturnal sexuality led to a formation of something that we might call an evening lack, right? Where more opportunities for reproductive behaviors happen, right? And it's funny because when you look for the literature on influences of sexual selection on nocturnal behavior, you see that post-pubertal adolescents are the ones more, of course, mating-oriented, right? And they are also the most nocturnal humans, right? It peaks around 19 years old. And there is a sex difference. Men are normally more nocturnal than women, but this difference is only before 4 years old. So when women start entering menopause, the chronotype sex difference disappears. And in a recent study of ours, we discovered that musical women, they have higher short-term mate value and higher intrasexual competitiveness, and musical men have higher intrasexual competitiveness, right? In a previous study, we showed that men with higher pitched singing, they are more promiscuous, right? So there are relationships between sexual life and musical life, right? And what is interesting is that there is assortative mating, right? So promiscuous people tend to get together with more promiscuous people. People tend to mate with people in the same vocational interest and the same chronotype, right? Nocturnal people, they tend to be mate with nocturnal people, right? And couples matching chronotype, they are more sexually satisfied. And so this mechanism, assortative mating, leads to trait covariation, right? To the point that this year there was one paper showing that indeed there is a genetic correlation among evening's chronotype and a more accurate musical beat synchronization and exposure to loud music, right? This one from this year, they really found a genetic connection between rhythmicity and nocturnal chronotype, right? So, in conclusion, alongside with the habitual use of fire, the expansion of human nocturnal niche exposed our ancestors to new recurrent challenges and opportunities, right? So, independent features of the night, low luminosity, dangerousness, peak tiredness, and concealment of identity might have selected for evening-oriented individuals to be more prone to acoustic communication, more alert and imaginative, more gregarious, more risk-seeking and novelty-seeking, more prone to anxiety modulation, right? And we know that music diminishes our anxiety. So it makes sense for you to, in a dangerous situation during the night, to listen to music. And more hedonistic oriented, and of course more promiscuous and disinhibited, right? So as a chain reaction, those selected inclinations might have converged and favored many proposed ancestral adaptive values of human musicality, right? Social cohesion, coordination, signaling of coalitions, territorial defense, anti-predatorial defense, safe passage of time, children lullabies, and of course sexual selection. So enhancing the ancestral process of musicality into the human-like musicality. So I conclude, and with this I try to give an answer to the Pinker challenge, that maybe these 4 nighttime features they are really the independent principles necessary for us to understand a considerable part, actually, of the evolution of human musicality, connecting many different theories. So, thank you so much.
I think we have time for questions.
We can leave questions for the end of the session to all the speakers. Okay? Okay. Who is next?
So our next speaker is Edward Hagen, which is from Washington State University. And he's going to present the talk, The Biological Roots of Music and Dance.
Okay. As I talked about yesterday, to identify evolved biological functions, we need to identify good design, good engineering. For example, the eye, as Marco just mentioned, is a well-designed optical mechanism. So we need to show that an evolved biological trait is an effective solution to an important reproductive problem. So in this talk, I'm going to emphasize comparative evidence, as Marco just did. That is looking for traits in many, many different species that share a number of commonalities, and that might give us clues as to the origins of those features. For example, eyes are very widespread in nature. They've evolved multiple times, and that really helps us understand their evolutionary history. So what are the biological roots? Now I'm going to not really talk about the evolution of music per se, although I'll get to that at the end a little bit, but more, as Marco mentioned, what sorts of preconditions or features might be the roots of human music, the biological roots. So what do we need to explain when we explain the evolution of music? Well, it's auditory, vocal and instrumental. It's often loud. It's both an individual behavior and a group behavior, and the group behavior is the one that's been trickier to deal with. It's often synchronized. Why is it synchronized? And it has a lot of variation. What's the function of all that variation in music? It's learned. Practice in human music is typically very, very important. And it's produced by both sexes and all age groups. And the audiences also are both sexes and all age groups. And we always make quality judgments. That's good music, that's bad music. So these are the things that a complete explanation or evolutionary explanation of music needs to account for. So there are a number of signaling hypotheses. So what do we mean by signals? There's got to be some relationship between the properties of the signal and the content. Why is this signal a good signal of whatever it happens to be signaling? And the other thing that we really need to understand in the evolution of signaling is what makes the signaling credible? Why should listeners or receivers believe this signal? There are all kinds of incentives to send deceptive signals, especially in a mating context. So what prevents the signal from being faked? So as Marco mentioned, the sexual selection hypothesis is one of the oldest. It's from Darwin. That singing signals make quality. This shows good design and credibility to produce high quality music. A lot of parts of your body and your brain have to function properly, and that would be very important in a mating context. It's very widespread in nature, and it has a lot of face validity. When we think about human music, we often see rock stars and music stars being very successful in mating efforts and very attractive to the opposite sex. So I think it's a very strong hypothesis, but there's a lot of features of human music that don't seem to be easily accounted for by the sexual selection hypothesis. So for example, heterosexual adults often revere the music of same-sex musicians. That's not what we would expect from a sexual selection hypothesis. Men should not really be really enjoying the music of other men, and women the music of other women, and yet we see that all the time. We shouldn't see parents singing to their children and engaging in a lot of singing behavior in a mating if it's purely a sexually selected signal. That doesn't make a lot of sense either. Music is often used in many contexts that have nothing to do with mating, or at least nothing directly. Warfare, politics, funerals. And the emotions that are engendered by music often have nothing to do with sex or mating. So at a funeral, the music is sad. Nobody's feeling sexual in that context. And highly synchronized music is often performed by same-sex groups. So if men are competing for access to mates, they shouldn't be working together to produce music. They should be competing with each other. Again, some of these things just don't easily fit in a sexual selection hypothesis, even though obviously some aspects of music really do. Now the social bonding hypothesis is one of the most popular right now. I'm pretty skeptical of it because I just don't think music is well designed. It's kind of what Marco said earlier. Why does a sequence of notes, why would that be a good design for enhancing group cooperativeness? What really enhances group cooperativeness is some common goal. We need to protect ourselves from a danger, we need to accomplish some goal together. That's what really promotes cooperation, not running around and producing loud sounds. So I just don't think music and dance are well designed for social bonding. For example, is Steven Tyler, is he a good hunter? What are his political goals? Who knows? His music really doesn't tell us anything about that. So what I'm going to propose is a neglected area of animal signaling really shares a lot of features that we need to explain with music, and that is territorial signaling rather than sexual signaling. So what are some key facts about territoriality? Well, it's very widespread across species. It's not universal by any means, but it is very common in many, many different taxonomic groups. And in many of these groups, most of them perhaps, territorial disputes are usually decided without a fight. There's what's known as a prior residence effect. The owner often wins. And this is viewed as a convention. There's a big cost to fighting. Both parties have an interest in avoiding fighting. And so it's actually one of the earliest examples of evolutionary game theory, that a convention can evolve, that whoever's in the territory first gets the territory. And if that's true, it then pays to signal ownership. And so we see territorial advertisements in many, many species. So wolf howls, howler monkeys, birds. Often when you go out and hear singing birds, they're actually signaling their territoriality. And these vocalizations are credible. If you hear a wolf howl, there is a wolf there. If you hear a lion roar, there is a lion there. If you hear a howler or monkey howling, there is an individual there. So it's really a credible signal of prior residence. And there's quite a bit of evidence that these are very effective at repelling intruders to the territory. So what would this explain that sexual selection would not explain? Well, it explains signaling by both sexes to both sexes. We see females engaging in territorial signaling. We see males engaging in territorial signaling in many species. And the intruders can be males or females as well. It also is a non-mating kind of political context. Territorial contests are quote-unquote political. And it involves non-sexual emotions like fear, for example, and anger. Now, when we look at primates, many primates, male primates, give these loud calls, and they're probably territorial advertisements. And if we look at, this is a big phylogenetic tree of primates, and the black lines here are all the primates species in which males give loud calls. And what you can see is the vast majority of primate species, the males do give loud calls. These are territorial advertisements. It's probably the ancestral state. And then here are the hominoids, the apes, us, and you can see all of the apes also give these loud calls. Social carnivores also give territorial signals, and this is important because humans evolved as social hunters. So lion roars, hyena whoops, wolf howls, African dog howls. So what we see is as primates, we would very likely, as our ancestral humans, would have given a loud territorial signal because most primates do that. But as a social carnivore or a social hunter, humans would have also likely have evolved to give these loud territorial signals because most social hunters, most social carnivores do. Okay, so this would explain why ancestral humans would have given loud vocal signals, or maybe even instrumental signals, to signal that they own territory, that they're willing to defend that territory, and to repel intruders in that territory. But that doesn't explain group performances and high levels of synchrony, nor does it explain the high levels of variation we see in music. So how can we explain those? Well, what we see in many social species is coordinated territorial signals. And that, again, is a highly credible signal. So if you hear 2 wolf howls, there are 2 wolves there. If you hear, 4 coyotes yipping, there are 4 coyotes there. If you hear 2 birds duetting, there are 2 birds there. So it's these coordinated vocalizations credibly signal that multiple individuals are cooperating to defend that territory. And again, these are very widespread in nature. We see duetting in birds. This is likely signaling the cooperative defense of territory. We see it in social carnivores, coyote packs. Where I live, we hear these all the time. Wolf howls, lion roars, all of these social species that defend territory in groups give coordinated, loud vocal signals. And we also see it in apes, and it's especially interesting that some of our relatively close relatives, the gibbons, these are the lesser apes, give these highly coordinated territorial signals called duets. And we also see chimpanzees giving highly coordinated vocal signals, likely that partially function at least as territorial signals. So what I'm proposing is that territorial signals are proto-music. They're loud, they're auditory, they involve individual and group behavior, they're coordinated. The signal senders include both sexes, the audience includes both sexes in all age categories, and they involve a variety of emotions like anger and fear, and they involve quality judgments, how many people are sending, or how many individuals are sending the signal. So, could human music and dance be a territorial defense system? Well, we see war dances and war songs in many, many groups. Here are the Maori giving one of their famed war dances here. And actually, interestingly, the US military spends a huge amount of money on military bands. It's kind of interesting. Okay, what's the big fly in the ointment with this idea that human music is a coordinated territorial signal? Well, people like music from other groups. If it was just a territorial signal, whenever we hear a foreign group performing music, we should get afraid and leave. We don't. We actually are attracted. We pay good money to go listen to the orchestras and bands of other groups in other countries. So that's one thing that we need to deal with, and very important. And music is often highly synchronized in a way that coyote yips and wolf howls and lion roars are not. So what explains that? And finally, there's lots of variation in music, things that we don't hear huge amounts of variation in wolf howls, for example. And what I'm going to argue is that music has additional features because human territorial defense is more complex than we see in these other social species. So when we look at primates, conflicts between groups are common. A standard coordinated vocalization would work well there as a territorial signal. But cooperation between groups in non-human primates is essentially unknown, with one exception, the Hamadryas baboons. But other than that, primates groups don't cooperate at the group level. But humans do. We defend territory by forming alliances with other groups. Groups cooperate at the group level. This is a key part of our territorial defense system, alliances by marriage, alliances by descent. And so we face the problem that if we're going to form alliances to defend territory, which allies do we pick? Who would be the best allies? So we are arguing that a high-quality coordinated signal is a signal of coalition quality, that human groups are not only having to make decisions about what the strongest group is that they might be in conflict with, but what is the highest quality group that they have to form an alliance with? Should we form an alliance with these guys, or should we form an alliance with these guys? We've got to choose one or the other. And so what we're arguing is music and dance are basically coalition quality signals. Both groups are trying to impress potential allies, and they're doing this. So we're arguing that music is a credible signal of coalition quality. And it's credible because to achieve these high levels of synchronization takes lots of practice, and that indicates a willingness and ability to work together, to really give an impressive performance of music. People have to have cooperated for long periods of time practicing that music. So human groups were not just trying to scare each other, but we were trying to impress each other with good music and other forms of cultural production so as to attract high quality allies. And this is a very common feature in the ethnographic record. We see what's called feasting. These are where alliances are forged and maintained. And music and dance are ubiquitous features of feasts. And visits between groups. So for example, the Copper Eskimo are constantly paying visits to other communities, and every visit of importance is marked by a dance in which leading members of both sides take part, just for example, one ethnographic example here. And there are, of course, music and dance are very common during group conflicts as well, war songs and war dances. So we're arguing that performances like this really signal that these guys have worked together and cooperated together for a very, very long time to achieve this incredible level of synchronization here. And that would impress people that these guys are a high-quality coalition. And we see here another example, high levels of synchronization, local group from my area, high levels of synchronization. And to achieve that, it takes lots of practice, lots of cooperation. I'm going to just skip over some of this stuff. How much time do I have left here, would you say? 5 minutes? Okay. One more aspect of the hypothesis is, why is music so involved with emotions? Music can reliably communicate recognizable emotions to listeners, even those listening to music from an unfamiliar tonal system. And if we think about emotions like anger, we signal our emotions. So we're not just internally angry, but we give cues to potential adversaries or allies that we are angry, that we are sad, that we are happy, and that we are surprised. And the evolutionary account of these emotional states is that they serve to organize and orchestrate strategic responses at the individual level. Well, if music is a coalitional signaling system, if the whole group is angry or the whole group is happy, there would be needs for that whole group to signal anger. For example, anger at an enemy intruder. So not just that the individuals are angry, but the whole group is angry. And so what we argue here is that the emotional component of music comes from the need of an entire group, a coalition, to signal their joint state of either anger or happiness, anger at an adversary, happiness at a high-quality ally, for example. And we see ethnographic evidence for this as well. Where an emotion may be either individual or collective, it's the collective aspect that finds expression in song. Okay, so how can we unify the coalitional signaling hypothesis with the sexual selection hypothesis? Well, alliances between coalitions are often formed by marriage. And so evaluating allies also entails evaluating mates. And coalition quality is a component of mate value. The value of a particular person as a mate will also include how many friends they have, how strong is their coalition, will their coalition defend me, will they be able to defend me? So we did have a little, so basically because alliances are often solidified by marriage, groups want to display both their coalition quality and the quality of their potential mates that they might be marrying off to their allies. You guys marry my daughters, my sons marry your daughters, and now we have an alliance. So in summary, loud auditory territorial signals are ubiquitous in primates and very common in social carnivores. Humans are primates, and our ancestors were social hunters. Music and dance are universal features of feasts, events that are critical to political alliances between groups. So could music and dance constitute a system to signal coalition quality and coalitional mood? Thank you very much. Questions? Or we're going to save the questions to the end, I think that's right.
So next speaker is Juan David Leongomez from El Bosque University in Bogota, Colombia. And he will talk about musicality in human vocal communication.
Let's see if I can. All right, thank you for this invitation. So just to finish this, this symposium, I will talk a little bit about musicality, kind of in the wider field of human vocal communication. I want to also thank Ed and Marco for their wonderful presentations, which actually are, in a way, similar, obviously, to mine, but there are also some key differences that I will try to explain. All right. First, basically, what I will do is try to present a model for the evolution of musicality that I've been thinking about for many, many years. But first, I will try to do a little kind of introduction about the problems of studying the evolution of music and musicality, and a few of the theories. They both have presented quite a few of the main theories or main hypotheses, which will help me help me save some time, but I will try to present something. So I want to highlight that obviously it's interesting that we are the only animals that actually talk or that have proper language. But as Marco also suggested, we are also the only animals that have proper music and proper musicality. There are more than 4,000 singing species that have songs, or what we call songs, but we are the only ones that go to that level, right? And so I think the question can also be asked in that sense. Why are we the only properly musical animals, right? That requires an answer. Of course, studying the origins of music is complicated because we lack kind of intermediate stages that help us understand the evolution. So we don't have other kind of extant hominid species with different degrees of complexity in their vocal behaviors or the musicality or even language or something like that. Of course, musicality, music, and in general, acoustic communication does not leave a fossil record. I mean, we can infer some things from fossils. We can sometimes, from archaeological findings like a very old musical instrument, infer something, but we don't know exactly. That doesn't tell us exactly when it happened. For example, the oldest instrument we find, of course, has to be predated by musicality by a long time, right? So we don't know much about it. Well, on top of that, there is a problem that I find, and it's some kind of division that happens between the humanities and the sciences when we look at music. In the humanities, and I will illustrate this with musicology, the common view, or the most common view, is that there are no universals in music. I'm not saying the most common, but it's a common view amongst the musicologists. There are no universals in different music. So this is, of course, based on the huge cultural diversity that exists in music. And they treat even music not as one concept, but they talk sometimes about musics, like something that cannot be thought as one phenomenon. That would imply that different musical manifestations, cultural manifestations, lack commonalities. And they can only be understood within their specific social context. So you cannot compare one to another, basically. Of course, I have to clarify that this is not the unique view or the only view that exists in the humanities. John Black, an important musicologist, actually said that every society has some cultural manifestation that can be recognized as music, suggesting that there is some, that there are some universal aspects to music. In sciences like biology, psychology, and anthropology that have looked at music, normally people tend to look at common features, which is quite the opposite way of looking at things. Instead of trying to separate and look everything as a different, as an individual manifestation that cannot be compared, they tend to try to look at the whole of musicality, of music, sorry, and try to understand what is common, right? This has created kind of a division because, of course, on the one hand, some people are looking at the, or specifically focusing on the cultural differences, and on the other hand, people are trying, or scientists are trying to look at music as a universal human phenomenon. This creates a problem, that a division that often prevents communication, and that is problematic because we need both views to really understand the phenomenon. Okay, so to summarize this, in the most extreme way, there are two views about the origins of music. One is that it's purely a cultural construction. Another one says that it has a biological basis. If we go for the cultural constructions, we can think, for example, that there is this concept of musics with no universals is the right one, that there are no common principles that allow comparisons or generalizations to be made. So in that sense, probably the scientific study of music doesn't make sense, right? Wouldn't make sense. On the other hand, if we think about music having a biological basis, we have to first consider the problem that the immense cultural variability and the diversity of functions of music between cultures imposes. So this will make it hard to define what music is for, how it arouses, and yeah, all these kinds of things that seems to be very specific to different cultures in many ways. Although, as they both have mentioned, and I will mention later as well, there are some common functions of music as well. We, however, know that today our brain, our psychology, or physiology make us capable of doing music, understanding music, and playing music, and dancing, and all these things. So in a way, I think still today, even though tracking the past is complicated, we have some cues that we can explore to try to understand how music arose. And another thing, even if music, if we don't want to get into the problem of whether music is universal or not, musicality is universal, right? And I will talk about that more in a little bit. So how to address music from a scientific perspective? I think one problem is precisely that. Scientists have often tried to focus a lot on music, but music is a behavioral manifestation. We should, or it could be more pertinent to focus more on musicality rather than music, on the capacity, because that is more obviously universal. And, however, this capacity is likely consisting of multiple mechanisms, both for production and perception of music. I will talk about that more later again. And it's important to consider that because there are different mechanisms that come together in musicality, these mechanisms might have evolved independently. So finding one single answer to the origin of music might be impossible, right? Also, and this is important as well, most theories point to a kind of a connection, an evolutionary connection between music and language, which is an interesting thing. But this shows that, or suggests, at least to me, that the domain of musicality might not be limited to music. That the domain of musicality might have also a role in other domains, such as infant-directed speech. I will speak a little bit about infant-directed speech in a second, and potentially also adult-directed speech. I will use that IDS for infant-directed speech frequently, by the way. What is infant-directed speech? So basically the way that we talk to babies, especially pre-linguistic babies, before they learn how to speak, we communicate with them if they don't understand our words by exaggerating the way we speak. So this is from a nice paper from Patricia Kuhl, and this is one woman. This is basically how she speaks to an adult, and this is the same woman speaking to a baby. And you can see how exaggerated the contour is. It's super exaggerated. Hello, and things like that, right? Which is interesting. And also, this kind of exaggerated pitch variability, of course, depends on the perception of differences of pitch. And that will be, of course, necessary for perceiving something like a melody at some point, right? So it might be connected at some point. Okay. However, apart from all of this, we do have quite a lot of evidence for music universals, and that is interesting. I will not go into the detail for time reasons, but for example, Fritz and colleagues show that emotions, or certain emotions, can be recognized cross-culturally in music, that of course the importance of consonances and dissonances seems to be universal. Sandra Trihop has shown that there is universality in the perception of these melodic contours. For example, that there is a universal music genre for infants or towards babies. And Samuel Mayer more recently has shown very interesting things. For example, that musical forms across the world can be described by two components, which are pitch and rhythm, primarily. That musical behaviors, on the other hand, can be described by three components: arousal, religiosity, and formality. And that there is a robust cross-cultural association between these forms and functions in vocal music, and that these functions, like for example, if music is towards baby or things like that, can be detected by listeners around the world, which is very interesting. Now, this music-language relationship. Of course, we have evidence both of shared network resources, but also of distinct neural resources for the processing of music and language. For example, in terms of syntactic processing, we know that children who have SLI, who have problems processing syntactic information in language, also tend to have problems processing the syntax of music. Music also requires some forms of syntax. There's evidence suggesting that the brain will treat musical and linguistic information as the same thing on the early stages of development. And interestingly, music therapy has been successfully used for speech rehabilitation, and there are many examples of this. So, but there is also examples of, or evidence of distinct neural resources. So, for example, there is additional activation of neural areas or brain regions when we sing compared to when we speak. In some amnesias, people can lose the ability to do music but still retain the ability to speak. In some aphasias, the opposite happens. People might lose the ability to speak while retaining the ability to singing or playing music. So is musicality an adaptation? Patel has an interesting argument, and he says, even if we have all this evidence for universality and specialization of processing of musical information, this could be explained without evolutionary adaptation. And he gives examples of reading and writing, which are cultural inventions that can be affected by genetic disorders, for example, that can be hereditary, and is associated with functional specialization of regions of the brain. However, and again, I think we should focus on musicality because unlike reading, writing, or music, musicality is not a behavior, right? It is just a capacity and doesn't seem to be learned. Apparently, nobody has to teach you how to process music. Musicality can be present from birth, potentially. There is evidence that suggests that, or even earlier, before birth. And so I would argue that the question of whether music is an adaptation could be a dead end, and I agree with Tekim Sefic on that point, but the origin of musicality is not a dead end of whether musicality is an adaptation. So I will probably run through these because I don't have much time. But I wanted to show a couple of ideas of the evolution of music, of the evolutionary study of music, how, what is the state right now. So, of course, as Marco suggested, Darwin was the first one to point out that music doesn't seem to have an obvious role of biological relevance, which makes it complicated. Musicality is likely to consist of relatively independent components. We know that pitch and rhythm, for example, seem to be independent. People might lose the rhythm capacity while maintaining the pitch processing capacity, or vice versa. So there is some independence in that. And again, so it's unlikely that we have one single answer for the evolution of music. Probably musicality, just to run a little bit, will involve both adaptations and acceptations. We have different components with probably or likely different evolutionary paths that can involve different things. So it's not going to be easy to find an answer. And for a complete picture of the evolution of music, we should consider both the biological and cultural aspects. And these two, these biological and cultural aspects, might be very interconnected when we talk about musical manifestations and the perception of those musical manifestations. So this is a very complicated topic in a way. Okay, of course, there are a few critical ideas to understand the evolution of music. First of all, we have this idea of unical precursors. I think both Ed and Marco did a very nice example. Of course, we have examples of things that we call songs. Thank you. Sadly, the vocalizations that we call songs don't happen usually in closely related species. They tend to be in distant species like whales and birds and things like that. But we have evidence of similarities in some aspects or some of these potential components of musicality. we have elements related to human vocal communication in general. We have, for example, the appearance of semantic-like elements in several species. We have syntax-like elements in other species. And of course, we have things like entrainment. We have this cockatoo here just dancing to whatever. They are able to do that. Chimpanzees, as Marco showed, are also able to or have this ability of entrainment, which is a requirement for human musicality. Now, of course, the most popular theory, or at least I don't know if the best, but the most popular is sexual selection. And there is some evidence for that. But music is in no way limited to that, right? Of course, as Ed was showing, music has an important role also on displays of groups, activities, and things like that. Quite a few people have suggested that there is some kind of common ancestor because of that between music and language. That there is a form, an older form of, now vanished, form of communication called sometimes music-like proto-language or musical proto-language that was neither music nor language, but had components of both. Then, for specialization later, kind of both separated. Parent-infant communication is another important theory for musicality and the evolution of complex vocalizations in humans. And I will argue that this is interesting because it has some advantages. First, and there is nice evidence for it. For example, the universality of lullabies, and not only that, but the calming effects it has on infants, or the lullabies can have on infants. They are used universally to calm infants. And we also have the universality of this infant-directed speech and its characteristics is absolutely universal. So an advantage of this line of thinking, I think, is that it can explain those universal phenomena. Also, compared, for example, to sexual selection, it could explain the very early development of musical abilities and the perception ability, sorry, the universal existence of these lullabies and IDS, and some people have even suggested that an infant-parent communication theory might also be a precursor of this idea of a musical proto-language. All of these theories, in any case, share a few components, even though they are very different. They invoke the benefits of obtaining some form of social interaction, whether it be made choice or within group social bonding or advertising or parent-infant communication. But again, we have to be aware that different benefits of musicality could have been applied at different times during its evolution. This is a complex phenomenon. So, sorry, I will just, there were some alternative views, but I will just skip this. Go. So, I will talk a little bit about the model that we developed. This is just a recap. Come on. So, talking a little bit about pitch and rhythm processing, we wanted to involve these two separate components in a clear way in our model. First, we know that human neonates can process pitch intervals in a very similar way to adults, or at least some literature suggests that. IDS primarily functions to communicate affective states, which is important, and infants actually prefer kind of speech directed to them that conveys a positive emotion, which is also very interesting. So it seems that they kind of get the emotion that is being transmitted. Rhythm, on the other hand, seems to be of particular importance for synchronization and entrainment, even from early infancy. This is consistent with the hypothesis of Robin Dunbar's vocal grooming hypothesis for the evolution of language and stuff, and also for ideas like music as a credible signal for coalition and intent, as Ed just presented, and he has several papers on that. And of course, it's manifested today in group activities all around the world. So, in short, we believe that pitch processing enables parent-infant bonding and communication through the inferral of emotional states, or that's the primary option, whereas rhythm processing enables a mechanism for social bonding and group identification through synchronized behaviors. Why do we think that IDS might be the primary driver of human musicality, or the original driver at least? First, because the communication between infants and parents is critical for creating a bond and for kind of helping the children survive. If there is not a strong bond, probably the child will die. And also, this social bonding and this social communication between especially the mother and the infant will promote social learning. This is also necessary for language to evolve. This kind of bond, of this, basically, infant-directed speech could work as a developmental tool. So, if this was true, if in fact infant-parent communication promotes survival, the selection could have acted on individual abilities for musicality. We know that musicality is at least partially hereditary, or some aspects of it are at least. What I think is, if more musical adults, then would probably have children with better chances to survive, or they communicate better and maximize the chances of these children to survive, then they will in turn have children that will be better equipped to be better parents, to communicate with their kids, with their children. This is interesting because this will also integrate support for a sexual selection hypothesis in a smaller way, but it will be there. Do we have evidence for this, for some sort of sexual hypothesis within this model? Yeah, it will require sexual selection to have some form of display of musicality during courtship. And there is evidence for this. I have a paper, and Kasia Pisanski has another one, that have shown how we increase the variability. What happened in IDS, when we talk to babies, we increase the variability of our speech when we talk to somebody we are attracted to, right? More recently, I showed in a more recent paper that basically what we have here is variability. This is for women, this is for men, this is the variability of their speech, and this is the ratings, the attractiveness ratings they gave to people they were responding to. And as you can see, the variability tracks very well the attractiveness of the people they are talking to, right? This is just the average, the mean pitch. So basically, if they are speaking a higher or lower pitch, and there is no clear association there. On the other hand, if we look at social status, we, for example, see that there is no this kind of increase in pitch variability when people are talking to others in terms of being dominant or submissive, or I don't know, or more prestigious or anything like that. So it happens in courtship, which makes a lot of sense, I think. Okay, so we ended up with a complex model. I will not explain it in detail, but we have some cognitive components that includes things like rhythm processing and pitch processing that combine probably with other things to create what we call musicality. And we also have things like syntax and semantics, and these things are represented in excess as forces, adaptive forces that kind of force specializations and generate different communicative behaviors. So from ancestral things that just work for group cohesion or have this bond with babies, then we end up with a kind of a proto-musical language where signals of musicality might appear between adults, and then because of specialization in syntax, we end up with a separation between music and language. Recently, two papers, and this is just to end, two papers were published, luckily or sadly, I don't know, just when mine was under review, on behavioral and brain sciences that have two different models for musicality. One by Savage and collaborators, another one by Samuel Mayer, including Ed, and they propose different functions of music. And I have, or the model I propose, shares some ideas with those models, but also has some key differences. So the model of Savage suggests that the function of music is social bonding, whereas this model suggests that it's a credible signal for coalition intent and potentially parental attentiveness. This model that I propose shares some ideas, for example, the importance of social bonding with this one. And with this model, it agrees that the sexual selection is unlikely to be the primary driver of human musicality, that melody evolves in the context of parent-offering communication, and then rhythm evolves in the context of group interactions. However, there are also some key differences. On the one hand, with this one, we think that musicality cannot be, it has to be placed in a field that is wider than just music. Maybe the name musicality is not the best one for what we're thinking about. I mean, we tend to link it specifically to music, but maybe it's not specifically or only linked to music. I think we need to differentiate the evolution of pitch and rhythm abilities, and this model is not doing that. With this model, we believe that cues of the ability, the music capacity, the musicality, might exist in species that have alloparentic and or biparental care, and be preferred in potential long-term partners. That will also explain, for example, the universality or potential universality of things like love songs and serenading and things like that. We make a bunch of predictions from this model. I will just highlight 3. Basically, we expect rhythm to evolve only in species that have some need for coordination. We expect pitch processing to evolve only in species with some kind of altriciality and long-term parenting. And musicality only in species that have these 2. There are a lot of other predictions, some very specific. So a few ideas just to round this up. Models, I think, should focus on musicality rather than music. The modules for musicality, like pitch and rhythm, may have different evolutionary histories, and that is important. Musicality may predate music, and musicality today could be working in other domains beyond music. I want to lastly thank my 2 co-authors, which are Jan Havlicek and Craig Roberts. Jan from Charles University in Prague, Craig Roberts from Stirling in the UK. This whole model in detail is published in Philosophical Transactions. And a little bit of self-promotion. This is part of a 2-part theme issue on voice modulation that I edited alongside a group of great scientists, including the fantastic Jarka, who is over there. She was one of the editors as well. And yes, thank you very much.
Well, I think now we have time for questions. I believe the speakers will join the table.
Other questions? Oh.
Well, thank you for your wonderful presentations. I have a few ideas that I wonder if you'd be interested in examining, especially with regard to your argument about melody having to do with parent-child relationships, while rhythm has to do with, creating coordination among soldiers or whatever. I think both in terms of cross-species studies, I'm looking for correlations here, and cross-cultural studies. I think if you look at societies, different societies, ones that have practiced more warfare, which demand more coordination among the soldiers. I recently wrote a story about the Spartans. Spartans were so coordinated that the rest of the Greeks considered their war maneuvers to be dances. And they were the most musical of all the Greeks, according to this, but it's mostly because of the rhythm. And I'm wondering if that might get a good cross-cultural correlation there. I kind of I come from cultural anthropology, so I'm always interested in cross-cultural correlations here. Nobody mentioned Lomax's classic studies of cross-cultural correlations of aspects of music and various cultural traits. That's one suggestion I have. You want to think of the cross-cultural correlations and cross-species correlations. You suggested one of them there. I wonder if anybody studied them. Is there anything like the ethnographic atlas for primates? Does anybody know of any database that could be used for analysis of that? Existe uma base de dados sobre primatas ou diferentes espécies sobre esses assuntos que poderia ser analisado ou teria que passar espécie por espécie para examinar essas questões? A nível de cultura é fácil, tem códigos já existentes para isso.
So there's a lot of research on primate vocalizations, and what that research shows, one of the most common types of vocal signals in primates and actually other species are contact calls. So parents, members of the group are often giving vocal contact calls to locate other members of the group, and these are particularly common between parents and offspring, so that offspring can signal their parents and parents can signal their offspring. And when you look at the vocal characteristics of contact calls, they tend to be more melodic than other kinds of calls that primates are giving, such as aggressive territorial signals and things like this. So there does seem to be some association with more melodic signaling in contact calls. And very similar to David, we're proposing that this infant-directed song basically is evolving from contact calls in primates for, and the only slight difference with our hypothesis with David's here is that we propose that infant-directed song is a credible signal of attention. And the reason we think that's necessary is if you look at chimpanzees, chimpanzee moms are raising one infant at a time, and then that infant basically matures and they go, it's a 4-year process, and then they go to the next infant. In humans, we have a much shorter birth interval, and so parents and alloparents, as David mentioned, are dealing with multiple young offspring. And so an infant can't assume that the parent is just paying attention to it. It could easily be paying attention to other young kids. So we need a credible signaling system for parents. So we basically propose infants have this very aversive cry, I need attention, and then parents respond with a much more soothing, melodic contact call here, I'm paying attention to you, I'm not paying attention to your brothers and sisters. So there is primate evidence for that. I don't know of cross-cultural evidence.
No, across species, if you could find a correlation, I mean, a real correlation, you know, with lots of cases where you can say these primates have more need of greater protection by parents, and this is more related to pitch variation or whatever. I'm just looking for a real correlation. if that's possible, if there's enough data on the primate species. No, not enough.
Yeah, I don't know.
The other question,
Well, I just wanted to add something that I don't think there is data enough for a correlation, don't know that I have seen. But there are, I think that's part of the problem of these theories, and we are basing the theories a lot of, on individual points, data points, results that happen here and there from different areas. And that is, it's complicated to put everything together. So it's easy to find evidence that supports pretty much every or any hypothesis. Of course, we also have evidence that contradicts pretty much every hypothesis, so that's a complicated
So you need
thing.
statistics here, yeah.
One thing I wanted to mention, a small one that I love, is a few studies that have shown that in marmosets, there is some form of babbling of babies when they are learning to their vocalization.
That's the other thing I want to comment on mother-infant relationship. It may not be just, it might be more like getting your heartbeats in tune with each other. I mean, people tend to beat together if they're together, and that can be very soothing, the fact that you adopt the heartbeat of someone who's calmer. That's another, you know. Oh, I also, a research paper I once saw that was just kind of funny, also worthy of an Ig Nobel, Tavares. Maybe it did win an Ig Nobel. It's the idea that babies cry, as soon as the neonates, when they cry, reflect the accent of their country. So French babies tend to cry up. The German babies tend to go. And so there's those. They don't not enough cases to be correlations, but there may be a relationship there. But,
any more questions? Justin?
So I've been trying to think about some universal property that cuts through, or some universal mechanism that cuts through each of the models that you've presented here. And I keep thinking about how music creates sustained attention capture. So that is, when you hear music, when I play music, one of the things that I enjoy about it is if it's really good music, I can't help but pay attention to it, right? It has these qualities where it just rips your attention away. And so I wonder to what degree that might be almost like a primordial or proto form of musicality, where you're just, I mean, if you look at the evolution of the ability to capture attention through rhythm, through all these aspects of music, that then feeds into and then could become a mechanism of attracting mates or defending territory or, you know, raising infants and capturing their attention. So I'm wondering if you think that fits into all of this in some way.
Yeah, it's a very nice suggestion. Yes, I think so. I think that for all those hypotheses to work, music has to have this like underlying property that capture our attention, right? And it's very interesting because music has a lot of repetition, right? And we don't accept too much repetition in speech, right? When you say the same words, it gets boring. But in music, the fact's not like that. There are many parts that repeats, and we keep listening, and we are almost in flow, right? Our attention is completely focused. So. I think it's a nice idea.
And it kind of makes me think about the difference between, you know, if you hear a howler monkey, they make one noise and they're getting attention, but music's really about getting attention and then keeping it, and almost taking someone on a journey or a story, right? That seems like a major difference.
Yeah, I think what I would add is, at least under our hypotheses, that music is a credible signal, so it's providing critical information, and to evaluate that information, especially in terms of coalition quality, you have to listen for long enough to get to be able to evaluate the level of synchronization and the quality of the music. So for that signal to really function properly and provide the information to the receivers, it's going to require sustained attention on the part of the receiver. What we're arguing is the advantage of music is if you had to assess coalition quality by actually watching the coalition in action, you might be there for days or weeks or months to see, do these guys really work together? Do they hunt well together? Do they fend together? To actually collect that information by watching the group's actual behavior, cooperative behavior, could take a very, very, very long time. And so what we're arguing is that music is a very condensed, credible signal that in a relatively short amount of time, of minutes or maybe an hour, you can really get a very fine-tuned sense of how cooperative that group has been in the past, which is a good predictor of how likely it will be cooperative in the future. So that would be my take on your question.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, I'm gonna answer a simple question. All right. No, mine's really easy. Okay, you can talk. Please.
Sorry. I was just thinking of the three main reasons for music evolution, which you basically talked about, which is war coordination, sexual selection, both in terms of attracting mates and scaring away rivals, and lullabies, which I think those three I've always considered pretty important. And I wondered if the types of music that we hear may not have some correlation with these three characteristics. In terms of national hymns, for example, which are usually about war, you know, desafia nosso peito à própria morte, or Au Canada, we stand on guard for thee, allons enfants de la patrie. They're all about going to war, encouraging people to get together and go to war. And the rhythms tend to be pretty marked, and the melodies usually, mostly, are pretty simple. Brazil isn't simple, but other nations have very simple tunes, and they're much easier to coordinate and get strong, regular beats, regular, constant. You can maintain the timing very well. And I'm wondering if there may not be types of correlations between, I'm thinking cross-culture correlations, or maybe even within a culture, checking these three different types of music and finding correlations between marked rhythms versus sexual selection. I mean, swing is hard to coordinate. That doesn't work for warring parties, swing music. It's, the syncopes just don't work. You can't do it that easily. Even Brazilian music, which is extremely syncopated, but in a different, but not in terms of swing, when people start singing it, you'll often see that the non-professionals don't quite get the syncopes right, because I go crazy trying to get them right. And I noticed that most Brazilians, in fact, don't get them right. And so I'm wondering how, suggesting another type of correlation there among the types of music in different societies and
I was thinking about some studies, mother-child interaction, and how they coordinate their talk, you know, and it's called proto-conversation, yeah, and they use especially intonation. And it's so nice, you know, I even did a study like this on twins and the mother, just analyzing how they imitate, you know, the intonation one another and can create a proto-conversation only using this index, you know, of intonation. So I think this illustrates a little bit of what you said, you know, about this parenting. You know, it really, I think, has an important effect, you know, on parenting. This synchronization on the rhythm and the melody and all those aspects, you know, proto aspects of musicality. You know?
Sorry, I want to add something little, that this turn taking that happens between mothers and babies or parents and babies also can be some kind of important for language acquisition and the turn taking of language. So it is important, I guess, yeah.
These are studies on language acquisition.
Yeah.
They show all this synchronization on this. These are studies, no, this field, language acquisition, they do lots of studies. There have been studies like this like for 40 years right now. Very descriptive and very intense observation of communication, mother-child, early communication, and all that communication from the first weeks of life. It's emotional and rhythm and melody, intonation. It's all based on this proto-musicality that you mentioned. No? Very interesting. No?
So I think mine's the last question. It's an easy one after all these great questions. I just wanted to ask you, all the speakers, if you play any instruments.
Yes.
Which one?
No, I play the flute and the nose flute and the guitar and a little bit of bass. Yes, and the body, of course.
I played trumpet in high school, but not since.
I technically am a musician. I graduated as a musician, but I stopped playing. I formally am a professional double bassist, and I play, or used to play piano, but I haven't played anything for more than 12 years because at some point I discovered that I prefer to look at music like this from a safe distance and not touch it that much because it was destroying my life. So I love music, but not living from music.
It was a nice ending. So thank you very much for wonderful symposium. And now it's time for lunch. So let's have lunch. Don't forget that, especially for students, we have a special price in ECA. So go there. It's actually a very good price, specifically for this conference. So, and we will start again in the Good afternoon, everyone. So let's start. I hope everybody is now in a very good mood after a good lunch, a little bit sleepy. So yeah, you can take a nap if you need to. That's fine. So we will start a new symposium about psychopathology. And I will first talk in more theoretical way about evolutionary psychopathology, about some theoretical approaches, and then I will invite my two colleagues from the Institute of Psychiatry, who are actually the practitioners and clinicians who really work with psychopathologies, different types of psychopathologies. So yeah, and they will talk about well, actually many different topics. I think it's better to wait for their own presentation. So let's start. I will try to be quick because this topic is among my favorites, but it's not really my line of research. So I will present just quickly just a few points about evolutionary psychopathology because it's a broad area and there are many interesting topics. Of course, I won't talk about all of them. So why to study psychopathologies from the evolutionary point of view? Obviously, we have been already addressing several paradoxes, right? In the last symposium, our colleagues were talking about musicality, and they were also trying to explain why musicality actually exists, what are its functions, why is it some kind of puzzle for evolutionary thinking. And psychopathologies are also actually quite interesting topic because it is a puzzle for evolutionary thinking. In the Darwinian medicine, the central question is why we get sick, right? If natural, as some authors say, if natural selection is so powerful that it can shape bodies so perfect in so many respects, then why are our bodies also full of so many flaws and design oversights that leave us vulnerable to thousands of diseases? So that's the central question and paradox for Darwinian medicine in a broad sense. And specifically in Darwinian psychiatry or psychopathology, we ask the question why we get mad, right? Why we get psychologically sick. So how come that natural selection has not yet eliminated mental disorder genes if they have been around for thousands of years and if they simply crushed the reproductive success of their carriers? There is lots of evidence showing that there is some genetic basis of many different psychopathologies, and specifically the most severe ones, they decrease significantly individual survival and also reproductive success. So theoretically, they shouldn't exist, right? They should be actually eliminated from the gene pool. However, we know that psychopathologies are not rare. They are very frequent in the population, especially nowadays in the recent populations. Some recent data are showing that, for example, half of Americans have already suffered some kind of mental disease during their lifetime. In Brazil, we have already seen in the morning, in the other session, that people over here also suffer lots of mental diseases. Children, more than 13% of children already have some clinical psychiatric disorders, which is quite a lot. Sometimes people think that psychopathologies actually appear only in adult population, but obviously this is not true. And some data also show really high frequency of anxieties and depressions over here in Brazil. It seems that Brazilians are among the most depressed in the world, and they are probably the most anxious in the world. So it's almost or more than 9% of the population has clinical anxiety which is a lot, right? That's a huge proportion of the population. And now I'm talking only about 2 specific examples of mental diseases. There are many more, of course. So it is interesting to think about psychopathologies from the evolutionary point of view, why they are here. Do they have any function? There are several evolutionary theoretical models trying to explain psychopathologies. Some of them, here I'm just showing some of the books. There is actually quite a lot of literature about evolutionary psychopathology and psychiatry specifically. So there are several main models. Some of them explain psychopathologies as a mismatch. Some of them explain them as a trade-off. I will try to show a little bit more afterwards. Some of them are trying to show that maybe at least some of the psychopathologies may be actually adaptive. And of course, there is the maladaptive or non-adaptive model suggesting that psychopathologies, at least the severe ones, are actually maladaptive. They have never been really adaptive. We might talk about many different examples, but schizophrenia is actually one of those most puzzling because it's defined by a specific mental state, by psychosis, which is described as difficulties determining what is real and what is not. And that's problematic, right? If I, for example, if I perceive the reality differently than it really is, I might be walking around and I might fall somewhere because I simply do not perceive the reality as it really is in front of me. So I would do the step and I might be injured, hardly. So not perceiving the reality does not really seem very adaptive. And there are lots of symptoms, right? Of course, there are many different types of schizophrenias, but they're the most cited symptoms would be social withdrawal, anhedonia, emotivation, social cognitive impairment, neurocognitive dysfunctions, deficits in working memory, processing speed, executive functions. So actually all the main cognitive functions are impaired in this specific state of mind. So of course the maladaptationist model would explain or would suggest that schizophrenia doesn't have any function, it has never had any function, and or evolutionary function, right? Not even social function. There are several models also within this point of view. For example, the cancer model suggests that some diseases such as schizophrenia remain in the population because they appear after the reproductive period, right? And of course, schizophrenia has a strong genetic component. The problem with this, and there are many other diseases that actually appear, such as cancer, right? That appear mostly later in life when the individuals have already reproduced, so they have already passed their genes to the next generation. However, schizophrenia actually usually appears earlier during lifetime, and in many cases actually during adolescence. So this specific model doesn't seem to be very plausible about schizophrenia. Novelty model would suggest that accumulation of deleterious mutations take a long time to be removed from the genome by selection, so it can be simply a random evolutionary novel mutation, which actually doesn't have any possible adaptive function. And some authors actually show that sometimes evolutionary authors are trying to hunt the possible adaptive functions when there are actually none. So we should be careful about possible interpretations or explanations, evolutionary explanations. Then there is the trade-off model, which might which would suggest that many symptoms associated with schizophrenia, such as disordered thinking and delusions, could be viewed as outliers of a normal continuum of social behavior, creativity, linguistic skills, and other social abilities. So actually, in this point of view, schizophrenia actually would be a non-adaptive extreme of an adaptive continuum. Right? So everybody actually would have some degree of schizotypic features or characteristics that are actually adaptive, but if they pass some limit, then they wouldn't be adaptive anymore, which actually applies to many other behaviors, right? Usually when there is an extreme form of behavior, it's probably not very adaptive, although the other forms of the continuum might be quite adaptive. The adaptationist model suggests several possibilities how schizophrenic characteristics might actually be adaptive, either nowadays, but mostly in the ancestral times. For example, the shaman hypothesis suggests that some psychoses would be advantageous to shamans spearheading religious rituals. The group splitting hypothesis was quite interesting, suggested by Price and Stevens, suggesting that some specific schizotypal traits or characteristics in specific prominent individuals might actually help to divide social groups when the group actually grows too much and it needs to be divided. So a new leader is necessary. And here is, of course, there are many other possible models and theories and hypotheses about schizophrenia. I just brought you a few examples. Here, I actually came across a paper last week by Marcus Rantala and his team, who wrote a new paper, new analysis about possible evolutionary perspective or analysis of schizophrenia. And they were actually showing many possibilities, many theoretical models, such as those that I brought to you, that I showed you. And they actually show that which model is the most promising is the mismatch model, which means that schizophrenia might result actually because there is a specific mismatch between the nowadays style of living and the ancestral style of living. But they go on and they talk actually about many other factors that might influence schizophrenia. So they actually show a very interesting model of interactions of many different factors, such as chronic stress, which is very specific for the nowadays Occidental populations. They also show that schizophrenia is basically non-existent in hunter-gatherers, for example. They also show, or they discuss the genetic part, and they discuss the role of pathogens, which can actually directly influence some psychosis and also development of schizophrenia. So this is actually just a very recent paper that was published last week, and it's very interesting because it's showing actually different interactions between the internal biological factors, right, genetic factors, but also environment, and how all these can actually influence a trait so complex as schizophrenia, which is really difficult to explain from the evolutionary point of view. Then I would bring, as an anthropologist, of course, for me it's always interesting, the interdisciplinary and comparative approach. So when we are talking about psychopathologies and evolutionary and possible evolutionary explanations, I have always been thinking, so are there psychopathologies in other species And obviously there are, right? I mean, if someone of you had a cat or a dog, you might have actually noticed that some behaviors are sometimes strange, right? Sometimes the individual can react differently than expected, more aggressively, or the opposite, right? Or the individual is not socializing with the other individuals, and this can actually be seen as pathological. Or, for example, self-grooming can be missing. And in zoos, this is actually quite obvious, right? There are some species which are actually very difficult to be maintained in captivity, such as felines and also primates, actually. So they can actually show many symptoms which are very similar to anxieties, to depressions, and other mood disorders, eating disorders, right? Very often they have eating disorders. So yeah, there are definitely several psychopathologies that we share with other species, and also in other cultures. There, actually, during the last century, there were many attempts to show that some psychopathologies actually exist in other cultures, while others actually don't. And this is interesting, right? Sometimes it is possible to compare, to study the same characteristic or psychopathology in different populations, but sometimes, for example, as noticed down here, actually there are some local specific population psychopathologies which exist only in the given environment and only in the given culture. So this is also very interesting and rarely studied from the evolutionary point of view. And of course, what the evolutionary perspective is bringing is actually a philosophical question, right? What actually is normal? And for some person of the same symptom, the same characteristic can be completely normal part of everyday life. It wouldn't make any problem, it wouldn't create any problem in the social life of the person, while exactly the same characteristic might be very problematic for another person. So even the diagnosis sometimes is quite subjective. What is important, and Randolph Nesse is talking about this very often when we are trying to analyze psychopathologies from the evolutionary perspective, we shouldn't forget that natural selection doesn't shape diseases. It shapes traits that makes us vulnerable to diseases. And that's the crucial difference, because sometimes some authors are trying to explain the disease, right, the symptoms, but they are actually a consequence, right, of the evolved mechanism. So, and some disorders such as anxieties and depressions, which I have already mentioned, are actually natural responses of hyperactivated threat detection system, right? So actually, what we should study is not really the symptom, but the mechanism that is leading to the symptom. From this perspective, a clinical major depression can be an extreme point of an adaptive continuum of low mood and low motivation state, right? So what is actually the unit of our evolutionary analysis is actually the mood, right? Or the mechanism of motivation, and not really the depression per se. And this is just just to finish, a small example of different ways of thinking, right? When we are thinking about psychopathologies from like naturalistic or biological perspective, then we are not really talking about what is normal or what is not normal. Usually we are talking about diversity, right? And about continuum, and not really dichotomy, which is, we are not really talking about that this individual is already sick and this is still healthy, but there is some kind of continuum, and we do not need to normalize. And sometimes actually what seems to be a bug can be actually a feature, and sometimes what we call a disorder or an illness or sickness can be actually some kind of strategy, which might be even adaptive for the given environment or specific condition. So the evolutionary perspective offers a viable approach to understanding psychopathologies, also sexual paraphilias and other relatively rare conditions. And that's basically it. Thank you very much for your attention. And I think that we will leave the discussion afterwards, right? We should maybe do the whole thing, the whole presentations, and then we will discuss in the end. So now I'll ask my dear colleague, Hermano Tavares, who will be presenting, if I can find it here, about actually his main domain, I think, which is the impulsivity, decision-making, and loss of control, a psychiatric perspective. So now you will hear the real psychiatrist, not an anthropologist, right? Thank you very much, Hermano, that you are here with us.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon. Thank you, Yarka, for your kind words. I want to thank you, and I want to thank Iago Moraes and the organizers of this meeting. I'm really, really happy to be here and honored. I'm more of a curious person over evolution. I'm not a person that studies evolution, though I think it makes a lot of sense for at least part of psychiatry, for at least the part that I work with, which is behavioral addictions and impulse control disorders. So I want to talk a little bit about them to you today. So, but I have to start by saying that whatever I'm going to say now has this cultural and time perspective, right? We are living the postmodern era. What about the postmodern era? It's the era of abundance. Never, really never before in human history we had so many abundance of whatever you can think of. Let's say energy, a lot, like we never had before. Let's say food, let's say sex or sex opportunities. Let's say information, let's say just credit to acquire whatever you want, all of the things that I mentioned just before. We never had so much, so many. It's the time of plenty. We are a wealthy species, even though it should be recognized that we don't distribute our wealth properly, but we are still wealthy. You know, I'm just talking about Brazil. I'm talking about the whole human society, right? So, but wealthiness comes combined with technology. And technology mixes all together. Things that don't happen naturally will be put together so that we will have new products to ensure new behaviors, such as eating fast food, right? So, there's no way in nature that we will find French fries. French fries don't grow on trees, right? But they have it all. They have it all combined that will make it tasty, that will make it appealing to whoever is here. Think of those super processed foods. Think of French fries. Think of chocolate. I may ask you, who here doesn't like chocolate? doesn't like French fries for real? Oh, maybe one person will, me, I don't like French fries at all. I really don't like. But do you really dislike it? Like it's not tasteful when you put it on your mouth? It's impossible, come on. It's bright yellow. It's salty. It's crispy in the inside, moist and soft. It's crispy on the outside and moist and soft in the inside. It's perfect. It's the perfect food for your taste, not for your health. And it's meant for you to binge on it. It's meant for you to lose control over it. Make no mistake, chocolate, the Bees bar, is meant for you to lose control over it, right? And why is it so? Because it combines so many characteristics that shouldn't happen. What happened by nature naturally won't happen. And they will provide you a really, really potent dopamine release at the center of your reward, of your brain reward system. So the most pleasurable the food, the greater the dopamine release on your brain reward system. And this is also true for whatever sexual preference you might have when you log in on Pornhub or stuff like that. You will have delivered directly into you. No beating around the bush. No, not having to, you know, like give it a talk, invite for a dinner, and then pay for a very expensive wine. No need for that. Just log on, right? And people from marketing, publicity, retail, they know all about that. They know all about. So they will play on your keys. They will use the knowledge that we graciously provide to society for something that we didn't mean for. So, for example, this comes at the same, this comes at the same height of this. No, it's no coincidence. This will attract the human eye no matter your gender, right? Because it's instinct. And then when you look at this, then we will look at this as well, right? Well, this is another case that is that's quite different from the other one, because this is not an instinct. For you to know that this is an object of desire, you have to belong to the culture that will teach you that this is desirable. But not just that this is desirable, it also says it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Buy it now or you will miss it. Ooh, that per se will enhance my desire so much, right? So we've come to the point, so the real idea behind all of this is that we are living a mismatch, a timing mismatch. We have all those drives, we have all those behaviors carefully selected by Darwinian evolution, right? But we have changed our environment on a very, very faster pace. So there's a pace, there's a timing mismatch between the environment we have transformed and whatever we have had selected in our minds. So our minds work with the idea that we are still living in poverty, that whatever means for survival we have out there are really scarce and needed. Well, what we're living is quite the opposite. There's a lot of everything out there, and the problem is not how can I get it, it's how can I don't get it to the point that I will ruin my health. That's the point. So it's kind of unnatural. It's kind of, really unnatural. There's not a better word for this. You have to use your rationality to fight your instincts all the time. Because technological advances, the combination of information technology and telecommunication that you carry on your pocket will provide you with, it's really a bombardment with a continuous bombing of information about opportunities, about new products, products designed to appeal to your desire. Unprecedented access to credit for you to get those products, and then you have to work like hell to pay for them. And that gets the economy running, right? Oh yes, and you always have so little time to decide, so you don't give it too much thought, you just act. So this is why impulsivity is now a postmodern challenge. And how can I say this? The holy grail is control. You have to learn how to control yourself. So when you don't do it, we will say, oh, you are impulsive. Oh, you have an impulse control disorder, right? Or you have an addiction. So, but what about impulsivity? How can we define it? Well, we work with this generic definition, which is impulsivity is a disinhibition of behavior that is not best explained by a mood disorder. So we're not talking about bipolar disorder, just to be clear, right? So someone is disinhibited, but not because he's maniac, right? And it's also a constitutive predisposition. In other words, it's a personality trait. In other words, it's dimensional, it's continuous. So everybody here is impulsive. It's just that some of you are less impulsive and some of us are more impulsive. That's it. But also impulsivity, impulsivity is a dynamic phenomenon. It's not just dimensional, it's multi-dimensional, right? It's actually, you say, from the negative side of impulsivity, we could say that impulsivity is when the brakes are not enough to deter the gas pedal, right? And because we're talking about humans, this is not just a simple dual dynamic, right? We're talking about at least 5 dimensions. First dimension, on the brake side of life, negative emotions such as fear and anxiety are obvious brakes. Cognitive brakes such as attention, memory, planning, analyzing the situation so you can make a better decision. Social and moral brakes, which are based on empathy, tolerance towards others, and the building of a code of conduct that we call ethics will constrict the possibilities of answers, and it will deter most of your behavior if you function well, evidently. On the other side, on the gas pedal side of life, we have intense desires, we have urges, we have all of these impulses that will make us close to whatever we desire, right? Appetites, love. And we have another set of impulses, which are aggressive impulses, destructive ones that are most mentally to repel threat, and on a derivation, let's say an evolution of the original aggressive instinct, there's the possibility of using aggression to establish social dominance, environment and social dominance, right? So impulsivity really is when this will overcome this, either because this is too strong or because this is not strong enough, okay? So in clinical reality, we can see it mirrored in many conditions, such as affect instability will derive on what we know as borderline personality disorder, cluster B personality disorders, bipolar spectrum, so to speak. Cognition instability are well known as ADHD and other executive dysfunctions. Lack of empathy, antisocial personality disorder, and the psychopathy trait. Desire, all the craving-driven behaviors, such as substance use disorders and behavioral addictions in general. And aggression, Self-aggression, well recognized on non-suicidal self-injury and suicidal repetitive behaviors. And aggression directed towards others is best represented by intermittent explosive disorder, or the short fuse syndrome, right? So these are some examples of a dimensional impulsiveness model approach to psychiatric disorders. We call it the ACIDA model, and we've been working on it for the last 20 years. In another opportunity, I may dive a little bit deeper into that, right? But for the second part of this presentation, I want to present to direct your attention to this other idea, that is impulsivity or impulsiveness is equal to suboptimal decision making. It's all about making the best decisions, those that will lead you to wherever you want to go, or from an evolutionary point of view, for reproduction, right? Okay, survival and reproduction. Our decision-making capacity is tested every day. Well, it's lunchtime. Should I take pasta? Should I take salad? When this meeting ends, should I go home and binge on Netflix? Should I study a little bit? What should I do? Well, you know, inside your mind, inside your brain, you have two judges or two referees to help you make a decision, right? So this is a classic paradigm. Maybe most of you know about it. It's an ethic paradigm. And you say, you know what? You are a controller of a trolley, and you are located some way far, far away from this working site, where you have on the right side 5 workers. On the left side, you have 1 worker. Tell you what, the brakes on the trolley are lost, and you have a decision to make. You might as well do nothing and let luck take its turn, or you could decide, if you press the lever here, 1 guy will die, and you will save 5 of them. If you don't do nothing, probably 5 will die, and 1 will be alive. What will you do? And I'll leave it for you to think of. You have half an hour, okay? That's time enough. Oh, that's so much time. Couldn't I get there and save all the 6? No, you can't. There's no iPhone, unfortunately. You have to make a decision right now and wait for whatever comes. Okay? So we will take, you won't need really 30 minutes. You will say, oh boy, well, this is hell. Okay. I will kill 1 guy and save 5. That's the best thing I can do, given so slim possibilities that you're giving me. That's the more rational thing to do. So this is a rational decision. You will use your dorsolateral prefrontal cortex to take this kind of decision. On another situation, I won't give you so much time. First of all, I will say, you have to decide, I have to decide now. Another thing, I'm not going to put you so far away from the local side. I will say, you're just passing by. There's no time to tell the guys that something odd is going on. You just see here someone slightly fat, and you say, okay, if I throw him on the railroad, he will dislocate the trolley out of the rails, and I will save 5 people. So, make a decision right now. Will you push the guy out of the bridge? Will you kill him? And people are going, oh, come on, you're crazy. You shouldn't do stuff like that. This is horrible. Yeah, but if you take it rationally, it's still 1 for 5. Why won't you? Well, you won't. Really, really few people will say, yeah, why not? No, people will say stuff like that is really not rational, but I have to touch him, you know, like it's not really comfortable. Because you are reacting emotionally. And emotions are a second judge, or first judge, one is the other judge. that takes decision based on how would I feel if I were the one looking from the bridge. And if someone had the brilliant idea, oh, throw him out of the bridge. Why not? Right? So, and also emotion takes command when you don't have much time to decide. So you get at the so emotional is actually the automatic mode of your brain. So you don't have much time, you have to react fast and take a decision. Use your emotions. You have a lot of time, well, then take the time you have. Listen to your emotions, but be rational. So listen to both judges. So and that's it. When people are trying to make you decide their way, right? They are trying to manipulate you. They will tell you there's not much time to think of. It's buy it now, compre já, compre já. This opportunity, this offer, the sale will end will finish at the end of this advertisement. You have to decide now. Another thing is, don't think of all the possibilities. Don't think of the whole scenario. Just think of performing, man. You have to be the best. You have to make the best deal out of it. You can't miss it. It's really interesting. We have done this several times. We put people to take a simple test where they have to find a code. And the code will seize an aversive noise, such as the one we were hearing just before the presentation, right? So it's a really simple code, and we'll say, you know what, I don't know if there's a code, but you were supposed to stop it by clicking this, by finding the code and stopping it. To the other people, we will say, you're not supposed to produce anything, but we want you to tell us if there's a code that could control this. Well, oddly enough, people who are set to perform will perform worse than those who are set to analyze. So, less performance, please, people, and more thinking, more analysis. Yes, and enough with this Black Friday opportunity, and this is just for today, right? Because tomorrow we will renew our offer, evidently. But we will always make you think that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, really. And frustration is really, really interesting. Most people on what we say cold conditions will tell you, well, you know what? I don't know if this is a good deal or not. I'm going to try it. Yeah. And if I don't get what I want, I will just quit, right? When in reality, it's just the opposite that really happens. If you risk something like in gambling, and you don't get the expected results, you don't get the expected outcome, you get outraged, and you will double the investment. You will double the energy in search of this outcome that you were, well, idealizing about, really. So in other words, if you want to be a player, if you want to play whatever you want to play, whatever game you want to play, not just gambling, you have to accept that you might lose. In other words, you have to learn to be a gracious loser. We can't always be winners, all of us. It's good sometimes to lose. You will learn something from it. So, oh, I forgot to translate this. So, problems in decision making. How to make better decisions. Take the knife out of your throat. If people are telling you, you have to decide now, then think if you really have to decide now. Think if you don't have more time. And if you don't, search for more time. Buy time if you need. Even spending some money to buy you some time so you can make better decisions, right? Understanding where you are is necessary and comes before just performing or setting your mind into guaranteeing an outcome. Really, think that opportunity is quite different from your need. It's not because it's an opportunity that it's what you need. And this is really advice that I give to patients, right? And as I said before, learn to be a gracious loser. Well, thank you for your attention. And I was just, as I was saying, I was just thinking, this is a quite unpopular talk, right? Like, learn to be a loser. You don't have to be a leader. We don't want you to succeed. Well, you might as well understand it like us saying, you don't have to. It's not your obligation, really. I hope that this might take some lift out of your shoulders.
I really liked it. Thank you very much. And we'll invite, I'll try to help you with the presentation maybe. So, I would invite, I would invite Andrea Costa, who is actually also a clinical psychologist and psychiatrist. And we met actually at one of my courses, right? But now we are colleagues, which is great. And she will talk about her practice, her specific specialization and clinic about pathological love and pathological jealousy, which is definitely very interesting, and we are looking forward to it. It's your turn.
Thank you, Jaka. Well, I have the hard the moment right now after that presentation of yours. I'm in trouble, but let's go. I'm going to talk about everyone here in a moment, once in a lifetime, I guess, had a kick on the ass, right? Or felt very jealous about your partner. So it's about that we're going to talk about here, and how to treat that kind of patients when they get to your consultório, office. Okay, let's talk about first about pathological love. What is pathological love? It's an emotion that is characterized by the repetitive behaviors trying to control your partner. So you want to control your partner, so you start to take care of them. So you don't take care of your partner because you are a nice guy or a nice woman. You take care of your partner because you want to control your partner. Eh? You want to know where he or she is, what he's doing, and he's thinking about you, not if they are really need to go to a doctor. Eh? You want to be part of his life or her life, and the kind of person with pathological love, they have high levels of impulsivity. So they try to, I'm not going to call my partner, I'm not going to take care of them, I'm going to take care of my life, now it's my turn right now, but no, what he's doing, I guess he didn't eat a salad, eat a pasta. It's not healthy. I need to send a message and say, oh, did you eat well? Are you okay? Are you nervous? Are you quiet? So they are impulsive and they need to send a lot of messages along of the day. And pathological love are associated with anxious ambivalent attachment styles, and mania and agape love styles. And what is this? Bowlby said to us that there are three types of attachments. The first one, security, consistency, imperative and emotional available. Trust and safety is the more safe one. So if you have this kind of attachment, you are good in a relationship, you can support that your partner meets another person, not sexually, but have friends and the others. The second type of attachment is avoided, where there's a constant rejection, lack of trust, emotional unavailability, emotional self-sufficiency, and there's a lot of excessive jealousy too. Here, the person tends to think like this: no, I don't need anyone, I just want to give some kisses, take a one-night stand and then go away. But in the end, they want to be bonding with the others, okay? And the third one is anxious ambivalent, characterized by inconsistency in parental emotional availability, where their experience of abandonment and separation anxiety. So here we got the pathological love. And talking about the love styles that I talked here, that pathological love have mania and agape style. Lee is a research about love styles, and he says that there are 6 types of love styles. The healthy one is eros, feel physical attraction to the partner, and the most pathological one is mania, eros plus ludus, where the person is obsessed by the partner. There's a lot of jealousy, emotions, possessiveness. And ludus, it's one that appears sometimes in jealousy persons, where how can I say, it's a kind of love styles that the person wants to, like a game. I want to be with you, but I want to be with you, with the other one, I want just to conquistar, esqueci como fala, conquistar o parceiro. Conquer the partner, okay? So in our outpatients, in the clinical hospitals, we studied the pathological love individuals, and we found that the most of them are women, 75%, the middle age is 40, and they do not live with formal love. It's an interesting find, because we thought that in some point this kind of person had a partner, but the partner has running away a long time ago. They don't want to stay with someone who wants to control them. In the psychiatry diagnoses that are accompanied with the pathological love, the most important are depression and generalized anxiety. It's important to note that almost 30% of them had a suicide ideation, but 22% don't have psychiatry diagnosis. So the main characteristics of pathological love are they have less satisfaction in their relationship, but they have a great idealization of the relationship. We mean to be together, we're gonna live forever, like just the songs says, the romantic songs, like we mean forever, you know. And they have abnegation. I prefer to suffer instead of see my partner suffer. And there are some psychiatry disorders, like I said before, depression or anxiety. The second pathology of love is jealousy. We used to treat them in the clinical. And what is jealousy? It's a response to a real or imagined threat. It can function as a way of maintaining social cohesion in pair bonds. So jealousy can be an instrument to keep my partner inside of me. It works in the beginning, but in the end, well, the end can be catastrophic. We can see in the journals, no, the newspapers, a lot of men kill their partners when they didn't accept the finish of the relationship. So jealousy occurs due to the possibility of the reinforcement loss It's a strong bond between partners, and it serves to protect against the potential loss of the partner. Like I said in the first moment, if I'm jealous, the partner stay with me. Then my partner doesn't go out with his friends, his colleagues, he stay home with me, but in the end he's sad and wants to run away from me. Okay. So what is excessive jealousy? It's an exaggerated, disproportionate, and uncontrolled reactions, constant suspicion about partner's infidelity. There's a lot of thoughts. What my partner is doing, who is working with him, so where and who. It's a lot of questions that are in the mind of the pathological jealousies. Involves physical or verbal aggressions, most of the time. Threat by real or imaginary rivals. It's a good point because there's no necessary. Sometimes the pathological jealous person can be jealous of a hobby, a work, not only by another person. Okay, and we used to treat the non-psychotic jealousy, because psychotic jealousy there's another treatment in our point of view. We studied the excessive jealous person, and here are the personality profile. They have a lot lower self-esteem, a lot of impulsiveness, bad social adjustment, and a lot of childhood trauma. They are so aggressive, they tend to yell, to kick. Okay, they have a lot of anxiety, and they are characterized by mania, love style, and anxious, ambivalent, and avoidant attachment. But well, according to evolutionary psychology, you know well better than me, there are two types of jealousy: sexual jealousy, that are composed by suspicion of sexual betrayal if a third part, and emotional jealousy, that is suspicion of an emotional attachment to a third part. So we studied the difference between sexual and emotional jealousy in a sample of excessive jealousy and persons with excessive jealousy, and we find that, well, there are no difference regarding socio-demographics, but 87% of our total sample were heterosexual in our hospital, and the mean age 34, and it's a good thing, I guess, that almost half of the sample are living with the romantic partner. So if you want to have a love pathology, you have to choose to be a jealousy one, because your partner stay with you, and when you have pathological love, your partner runs away. Well, talking about psychiatry disorders, they used to use 31% of women sought treatment of mood disorders. Half of the total sample attempt suicide at least once. And it's important to note that 13% of men sought treatment for addictions. Okay. In the main comorbidities that women presented showed 31% showed mood disorders, 72% showed generalized anxiety, and 54% showed suicide attempts. Men didn't show these characteristics, only women. So we found that women had more problems with jealousy compared to men in our sample. Okay. The main results says that men are characterized by eros and ludus. They are more attracted by the body, but they used to change the partners a lot more often than women. And they are persistent personality. It's a trait of personality, so they tend to persist in that behavior, jealous behavior. And they are more characterized by sexual jealousy. When we talk about women, they sought more treatment for mood disorder, showed more mood and anxiety disorders. They had emotional jealousy, avoidant attachment, more anxiety traits, poor self-directedness, less self-esteem, novelty-seeking, poor social adjustment, and sexual and emotional abuse history. So they are more, they present a clinical severe profiles. So we conclude that in our sample of patients with pathological jealousy, the difference between sexual and emotional jealousy remain in this kind of people. It seems that women experience more negative consequences due to psychiatric comorbidities, and ineffective response to jealousy can anticipate the termination of a relationship and understand the theological factors are key in the development of treatment strategies. So what we can do with the people when we get to our clinic? So how we treat the jealousy and pathological love? We treat the factors associated with it, that is depression and anxiety, impulsivity, the low self-esteem, need for control, relationship idealization, suicide attempts, and the lack of bonding, especially in the jealous person, because they didn't attach so well like the pathological lovers. Used two kinds of therapy, the psychodrama and the CBT, the cognitive behavior therapy. Psychodrama, we published an article a long time ago, but our group is formed by 18 sessions, and here we'll got the love health scale. Here, just a moment here. The love health scales, okay? Here's the degrees. So the patient starts the therapy, the group therapy, and they were asked, how do you see your love? If you are a healthy lover or if you're a pathological lover, how can you put yourself in the degrees? 0 degree, 10 degrees, so 0, you are 0 in love. And if you're 100, you are okay, you are healthy about your love and how you can manage your relationship, your love relationships. So here, the patients started with 0 degrees, 20 degrees, and 5 degrees. So they consider themselves just like, I'm not good to be in a relationship. I dedicate myself to the partners, but I don't like to be like that. And after our treatment, they start to see themselves like 90 degrees, 80 degrees, 70. So they get better with our psychodrama techniques, just like put yourself in the partner's shoes. So identify how you can be fulfilled by yourself, not fulfilled by the others. And when you use cognitive behavior therapy, you used to say that excessive jealousy are based in part of faulty or unhelpful ways of thinking, unlearned patterns of unhelpful behavior, so patients can learn better ways of coping with them with cognitive restructuring. And so what do they do? What the patients do during the treatment? They learn to recognize distortions in thinking. They learn to develop a great sense of confidence, and they use one of our main techniques is the role playing, so the patients can see the situation and act in the situation during the therapy, so they can generalize this knowledge to the real situations. So, thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the pathologicals of love.
Okay, now we have time for some questions, discussion.
Thank you for your presentations. I've got two questions. The first one is about schizophrenia. I was thinking about how artistic behavior and an artistic trait is related to schizophrenia. And generally, it's think that this kind of strategy is related to high risk, high reward strategy. So what are your thoughts on how schizophrenia and artistic endeavor represent this high risk strategy when it goes sideways?
That's a very good question. I'm actually no specialist on schizophrenia, but there is some research about the association with schizotypical traits and creativity. So, and specifically visual creativity, right? There are many types of creativity. We were talking about musicality before, but it seems that schizophrenia is kind of specific for visual creativity and arts. I included into my presentation all these paintings that I included in my presentation were actually made by schizophrenic artists, and they are really disturbing and beautiful, right? So yeah, there is some research about creativity specifically in schizophrenic people, and that's why, and it seems actually that it's really higher, right? That there's scoring, but I mean, not in all schizophrenic patients, of course. And it seems that it might even have the same genetic base, right? The visual part of creativity and this part of like delusions or hallucinations that are often visual. Not always, right? Some delusions actually be auditory as well, and they are maybe even more frequent. But yeah, so actually based on this research or based on these evidence, some authors simply suggested that that creativity might be connected to schizophrenia, or at least to the schizotypic characteristics. And what was the second part of your question? I already forgot it.
It's about a high risk, high reward strategy for surviving and to reproduce.
Yes. So this is actually, there is also one hypothesis actually trying to explain schizophrenia, that it might be basically a fast life history strategy and high risk survival and reproducing strategy. Right, there is not much evidence supporting this claim, but it's also actually quite hard to test. But it is an interesting hypothesis. Yeah. But I don't know exactly about any evidence that would really support this hypothesis. Okay. Vocês querem falar sobre isso?
Hello. This question is for Andrea. So as you're administering this kind of therapeutic intervention, how often does it happen that it's revealed that one partner is actually cheating on the other, and it turns out their excessive jealousy wasn't actually excessive?
Actually, is excessive jealousy. It's what determines if it's excessive or not excessive jealousy is not if you are cheated or not. No, if you're or betrayed or not, is the way that you behave yourself in front of this kind of cheat and this kind of betrayal. So if you start to stalk your partner, control your partner, this kind of, if you have a lot of intrusive thoughts about infidelity, so this characterizes the excessive jealousy, independent if you are betrayed or not.
So what do you do when, has that happened, that the partners in this exchange, they find out that cheating has happened?
We used to get to resolve the problems. So, okay, it's a real problem, you are betrayed, so what are you going to do about that. You are going to continue the relationship, or you want to finish the relationship. And if you choose to terminate the relationship, how can you do? What the next steps? So we used to do like, okay, you have to take care of the children, the financial things, the things that I have on car, apartment, so who keeps the other? So like solving problems. It's a real problem, so there are a lot of steps to do. And there's a lot of frustration, sadness, and even in the therapy, we can do support for this.
Makes sense, thank you.
Well, this is for Hermano. Just if you could elaborate some more on that model you mentioned, the ACIDA model, right? And how it applies to the study of that concept of impulsivity.
Well, the ACIDA model is pretty much a clinical model. So it's meant to organize your therapeutic approach, right? Because someone comes to you and he or she will say, you know, my life is a mess. I don't control anything. I don't know where to start from. I have so many problems. I want to, let's say, I want to go to bed early so I can wake up early as well. And I will have time to work out a little bit, to have some, to have some exercising. And then I can start treating myself better. Then I will get to breakfast and I will eat all healthy stuff. Well, that's what I want to do. What really happens is I get home, I have a binge watching on Netflix. I go to bed 4 a.m. I wake up 2 p.m. I feed on whatever is on the fridge, and what is on the fridge is not really good for me, and that's my real life. So where are you going to start, right? Why is this person making so many bad decisions, one after the other, right? Is it because he or she sees food as comfort, because he's anxious and he needs something to help her deal with this anguish feeling? Well, then you will put some. I make the play. I say, let's make the play of giving points, right? So if you think that the case with this patient is a problem of affect regulation, then you give it 3 points to that. Now, you know what? Affection regulation or affect deregulation is really there, but it's not the main core. It's not the core of the problem, really. I think he is more of a bad planner. He doesn't have self-organizing skills. So then we will give it not 3 points on A. You will give, say, 2 points on C, cognition. Right? So then you go on scoring each dimension, and then you will have set the priorities for intervention, for psychosocial intervention, for medical, for pharmacological intervention. That helps you building the plan, the therapeutic plan. We've been working on this for really 20 years. We have a psychometric model, and we hope to come up with a scale, hopefully, next year. I've been saying this for the last 5 years, okay, but so that more than just ask and build an impression inside yourself, you could just give the patient, can you fill in this sheet with 20 questions? So I say 4 questions for each dimension, And then you will say, okay, your problem is your appetites are so strong that they will overcome whatever plan or feelings you have about your life. So then you can start targeting what's most important for that specific patient. Did I answer it? Okay.
Falando demais. Eu acho que vocês estão ótimos. A ideia de colocar a sua meta como terapeutas e outros. Huh? I'm sorry. And I have to recognize that I think you're acting properly by putting as your main objective increasing the well-being of your patients and of other people, and I think that's the most important thing. I have just two questions that I think might be useful at some point or another. And the first point I'd like to make is that the word sick, I've heard people sometimes find it paradoxical. They call it paradoxical, that psychiatrists don't have too much trouble diagnosing, say, autistic spectrum or schizophrenia tendencies or whatever, but they have a lot of trouble defining what's sick and what's not. And I would like to point out that I don't think that's paradoxical at all, because defining something as sick is saying something about what ought to be, or rather what not ought to be. And diagnosing someone as schizophrenic is a question of what is, not of what ought to be. And I lectured about that yesterday, I guess. And so I just think that that's something to keep in mind, that if you're questioning something, how do you decide if something is sick, then you have to go to the question of, does it bring about well-being? Is it, you have to make the distinction between what is and what ought to be. And the second question is just a question more about data. I remember seeing once that more religious people are more likely to have relatives who are schizophrenic. Is there any more data on that?
Thank you, Dennis. The first comment is actually quite interesting. Actually, I would like to hear your opinion as well about the diagnostics. I was actually mentioning a little bit the criteria of normality, what is actually sick and what is not sick, right? What is normal, what is not normal. But I don't know, maybe actually you can tell us much better how are the diagnostic criteria, how you actually diagnose when there is a real problem, right? Because sometimes, as far as I know, it can be subjective, right? If the person actually has a subjective problem, it disturbs their life or life of other people, such as the partners, then it might be a problem, right? But yeah, it's subjective. I don't know. I would actually like to hear more about the diagnostic criteria. Do you want to talk about it a little bit?
About love and jealousy, we had when the person start to have a lot of impulsion to stalker the partner. There's a lot of damage in the social life, in the marital life. There are comorbidities associated. When they start to have intrusive thoughts, a lot of intrusive thoughts, like in the jealous person, they used to spend 10, 15 hours of the day thinking about the partner, raise the partner. So there's a kind of criteria. So in the once lifetime, you had a time of your jealousy, but you're not excessive jealous because you don't spend almost your day thinking about the partner. And there are a lot of thinking, just like if he isn't with me, I'm gonna die. Okay, he's not with me, and that's okay. I'll find another person. And in our clinic, you used to use scales to distinguish between normal and pathological.
About classifications in psychiatry and defining what is a disorder, what's not. First of all, we don't deal with the idea of sick or sickness, although it's a very, very valuable concept. I know that it has been explored in anthropology, for instance, as a culturally built concept that guards or not some relationship with what really is going on the body, right? But it's, in a sense, socially construed. In medicine, because psychiatry is still medicine, we talk about diseases, or we talk about, diseases, not illness. Illness will, again, run in the direction of, something socially construed. Well, but even for in the mental field, it's really hard to establish what is disordered or pathological, really. For instance, impulsive, intermittent explosive disorder. It's, among other things, clearly related to low central activity, low brain activity of serotonin that will provide an individual that is jumpier, that is more aggressive and intolerant to stress. So, I would say that 20,000 years ago, it would be just a nice thing to be lower on serotonin, because it would be more attempt in an environment that was so much more aggressive and threatening than the one we have today. Then, IED today is a problem. IED in the past would be an asset, really, really. So, sometimes what we call a disorder in psychiatry, I really believe that they are more like his residues, evolutionary residues that we are dealing nowadays, right? Today it's good to have a lot of serotonin so you can be more tolerant, so you don't jump into conclusions and you just start smacking people on their faces, right? Just because they could be threatening to you. Another thing is that in psychiatry, we rarely see diseases such as Alzheimer's disease. We talk of disorders because we don't know their origins. We can't explain how they are built. What's their ethiopathogeny. And another thing is that psychiatry really is sort of, it is medicine, but it's medicine's bastard son or daughter, whatever, bastard progeny. Because for a lot of conditions in medicine in general, you know the cause, and the cause defines the disease. So this is a viral infection. Why? Because there's a virus. But what is depression really? What is anxiety? As Yarka said brilliantly, anxiety is really a heightened threat identification system working too much for a given situation. Again, this could be really useful, say, 200 years ago, right? So, it's not about building really, by now we all serious psychiatrists know that it's not about building diagnostic categories because they don't work. What we will have to start, we've been thinking a lot about this a lot, but we haven't come out with a better solution. So the categorical model remains as much as we don't have a better model. And the better model will be one that we have dimensions of human behavior, dimensions that we can somehow correlate with brain circuitries. And then you will say, in this dimension, I'm low, I'm medium, or I'm high. And being low, medium, or high is not a problem per se, but let's say I'm low in a situation, on an environmental, on a social milieu, where being low is very good or is not really working for me. And then we will start. So it's more than about time, and this is really not my proposition. This has been a huge discussion in psychiatry, that we are still waiting for the dimensional model. Okay, but we don't have where to cut nature in its joints. In a way, we don't really know where one dimension starts, where it ends, and when another dimension is there. And remembering that, also in a perfect dimensional model, there shouldn't be any diagonality between dimensions. They shouldn't cross each other, right? So what you see in one dimension, you won't see in the other, although they will work in parallel. So, well, it gets complicated.
So I think you have one more question, Bruno. Oh, there. Okay.
I would like to ask you about impulsive, because we have a lot of different kind of configuration of environment. And you have this unpredictable environment. And those who live in that environment, they face a lot of lack of resources, basic resources to live and survive. Like food, even food. This is common in Brazil. Food and lack of attachment, affect, and they face a lot of challenge, like being sexual abuse, physical abuse. Anyway, it's like for me, being a little bit impulsive maybe enhance your chance of survivor and reproduce in this kind of environment, because you don't have much time to thinking about, and you don't have the resource. And when the resource appear, is your chance, and you need to get right now. And of course, the chance came with a lot of risk. So, but is your chance, so what to do? So, and for me, it's like maybe impulsive enhance this chance of survivor in this kind of environment, but I would like to hear you. Thank you.
I really liked this suggestion. I think for me, it makes completely sense, right? That in unpredictable environments, actually these fast decisions and actually low self-control can be an adaptive response, right? But of course, in other kinds of environments, this would be more problematic, and it can be really pathological. Now, my question would be, if I don't know, right, if there is any evidence, any comparative evidence, if there is probably higher incidence or higher frequency of impulse control disorders in countries with higher unpredictability, or in individuals who actually grew up in more unpredictable social and socioeconomic conditions, right? That would be my hypothesis, but I don't know if it was already tested.
Actually, there is, and I totally agree with your observation. First of all, it's good to remember that impulsivity is larger than clinics. So, because we are clinicians and researchers, but most of all clinicians, Andrea and myself, we deal with the dark side of impulsivity. But there's also a positive side to impulsivity. The positive side would be spontaneity. The positive side would be fast responses when fast responses are needed. Another, creativity, a certain healthy disregard for tradition. All this could be helpful depending on the moment and the environment. Most of all, when you're talking about people who are facing a lot of adversities, what comes to my mind is a model that is called DOHAD, Development of Health and Diseases Model. And it's all about epigenetics and all about all about fetal programming. So let's say you have a crack mom. So this woman, usually a girl, 16, 17 years old, is living on the street and smoking crack and selling her body to survive. Unfortunately, she gets pregnant, and she will endure her pregnancy in this awfully, awfully aggressive environment. Cortisol will rise, adrenaline will rise. Cortisol and adrenaline will go through the placenta and will inform the new forming brain. What will it inform? It will say this: beware, the world out there is a mess. So this baby will be already born with a heightened threat detection system from the hypothalamus to the hypophysis to the pituitary gland to the adrenal, to the como é que é suprarrenal? Suprarenal? No. Well, the gland that produces cortisol and adrenaline again. So this infant is likely to be very, very impulsive, meaning that he or she will engage earlier in a lot of risk behaviors, and that includes unsafe sex. That includes increasing their possibility of reproducing before death comes, because death is a likelier possibility in such dangerous environments. And that's the perpetuation of impulsivity. So yes, in terms of surviving, depending on the environment, impulsivity could be very desirable, or at least could be useful.
So I think we need to finish because coffee break is already waiting for us, I guess. So thank you again that you joined this very interesting symposium. It's always very interesting to hear about your practice and about your experience, which is really great and very relevant for this Congress. And yeah, I think that actually you were speaking about pathological love, pathological jealousy. You are also working with pathological gaming, right? So there is actually lots of areas that they are working on, and they have so many patients that they are almost unable to attend them. So this actually shows perfectly that people are unable to control themselves. So thank you very much for your attention. We will have a coffee break now, and then we will come back to have the last session of today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and let's start our last session of short communication today. And we will start a session about women's sexuality. And we will start with Antonietta, who used to be my postdoc, and she will talk about our project on relationship of body image and self-esteem with makeup usage in women. So it's your turn. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So good afternoon. Thank you for your presence here. So we can see a little bit about my postdoc research. So as Jarka already said, that's the title, Relationship of Body Image and Self-Esteem with Makeup Usage. My name is Antonietta, and my co-authors are here too. I think you know them, Caio, Marco, and Jarka. So when you talk about women's attractiveness, we know that it's an important factor for women's life because it affects how they feel about themselves. If you think about evolutionary psychology theory, we can use the Buzz and Schmidt sexual strategies theory that says that men and women have evolved distinct physiological mechanisms that underlie short-term and long-term strategies. So men, for long and short-term, in general, they rather female appearance because it's a clue for their fertility. So that's why women evolved a little bit, not necessarily just to this matter only, but when we compare men and women, they tend to put a lot of pressure, and there is more social pressure about the women's body than the male body. So appearance enhancement is a self-promotion strategy. So it captures more attention from others to enhance women's attractivity to look better than the same pair. So you want to look better than your competitor. And there are various tactics such as high heels, cosmetic surgeries, or makeup. High heels, for example, it doesn't change only your body, but your movements. So you have a shorter pace and you have the swing. So there are a lot of things that you can change, not necessarily just your physical appearance. So studies found a positive relationship between attractiveness and self-esteem in women. Also, physical appearance is positively correlated with appearance satisfaction. So people who feel that they are more beautiful, they are more satisfied with their appearance. And positive relationship between appearance evaluation and general self-esteem. And about self-esteem, we have basically, well, we can say that we have two. One is general self-esteem and social self-esteem. Social self-esteem is more affected by social interactions than general self-esteem. General self-esteem is how the person feels about themselves, how they tend to compare to another person with another person, and then see how they fit. They value it in comparison to the others. But when we are talking about social self-esteem, it's how the individuals feel about themselves during social interactions. And their social interactions affect their social value somehow. So about the makeup, more specifically, we have, this is one of our studies. So we found that in an experimental study, compared women's self-perception without makeup and with makeup applied with a professional. So it was six phase makeup that the professional made these women up, and they found that the women consider themselves more feminine, more attractive, more satisfied with appearance, and have higher self-esteem when they were with makeup than without. Robertson and colleagues also found that women who rated themselves lower on physical attractiveness used more makeup. So our aim was to investigate if makeup usage in women, and we measured three things. That was frequency of makeup usage, money that they spent on makeup per month, and the time that they spend applying makeup per day. It's predicted by general social self-esteem and body image. But body image, we have two constructs. One of them is evaluation, appearance evaluation, that the person is how the person is satisfied with the own body, own looks, and appearance orientation, that is the important the person gives to always bring dress up, always to the grooming, to always looks nice. So the methods we investigated, it wasn't the final analysis, right? We had a lot of participants, was online questionnaire, but in the final analysis, only 1,483 Brazilian women between 18 and 65 years participated on that. The mean age was 31. And most women were with graduated degrees, they had already graduated, were right and declared the family income for approximately $500. Although we did the exchange, because it was in Brazilian reais that we asked, from 500 to 1,000. So we collected data through Qualtrics. We asked about socio-questionnaire questions such as age, ethnicity, relationship status, current socio-economic status as well. Adapted version of the cosmetic use inventory. It's a 7-point scale that we asked them from never to always. The frequency they use each one of these products, these cosmetics: base, mascara, line, shade, lipstick. So, and all of the type of cosmetics were related. So, a woman who tends to use more lipstick, for example, she also tends to use more mascara, the other kind of makeup. So, but we did not ask just this. We also added some questions about the expense, the monthly expense with makeup and the time spent applying makeup per day. We also asked self-esteem because it was also what we want to investigate. So social self-esteem, we use the Lawson scale. It's a 30-item instrument with 6 points Likert scale, and it measures one's ability to deal with different social situations. For example, I make friends easily. And we also used the Rosenbach's self-esteem scale, but this for measures general self-esteem. That is the individual's feeling about themselves. For example, on the whole, I'm satisfied with myself. We use this questionnaire contains 10 affirmations about the person, how to say, and it's a four-point Likert scale. Both alpha Combra were good. Also, the alpha Combra from the body image scale from Dixon was also was also good. And the body image, as I said, there are 2 subscales, 2 constructs, and it's a 17-item instrument, 11 of them related to appearance orientation. That is, for example, it's important that I always look good. And 6 of them is appearance evaluation. For example, I like my looks just the way they are. So the results, we analyzed, we did 3 categorical regression models, 1 for each type of makeup usage. So we did, we used dependent variables, money, time, and frequency of makeup usage, and as independent variables, so self-esteem, social and general self-esteem, and body image. And also we put some sociodemographic variables such as age, family income, and educational level, because we want to control the variability. So here we see that frequency and time spent was positively predicted by appearance orientation, so how they think that is important. The look is important for them, and age. So women that are older and women who give more importance to always look good tend to use makeup more frequently and spend more money on makeup. More time on makeup. Here we can see that everything was a predictor except from educational level. In the same direction was appearance orientation, was positively predicted, age also, family income, and social self-esteem. So social self-esteem, you can see here, that is going the same direction as appearance orientation, while general self-esteem is going the same direction, that is inversely proportional to appearance evaluation. So women who tend to find themselves are more satisfied with their appearance, they invest less money on makeup. So our findings suggest that women who feel more comfortable with their appearance and have higher general self-esteem, they are really confident and satisfied with their appearance, including related to others. They spend less money on makeup, whereas while women with higher self-esteem spend more money with makeup. So social self-esteem, it's going the same direction that Robert and colleagues found, that is a negative association between cosmetic usage and self-rated physical appearance. Also, women who give more importance to their appearance orientation, to always be dressed up and look good, spend more money on makeup, more time applying makeup, and also wear it more frequently. It goes the same direction again with the Robertson findings. There's a positive relationship between cosmetic usage and self-presentation, and also with a result that family and friends used to talk appearance, but not about the bodies. So people, when they come to you to talk about something that you look, they usually don't say, oh, you look fat, oh, you look thin. They try, oh, nice shirt, oh, your hairstyle is good. So it's another it suggests too that appearance orientation is also more susceptible to social influence than appearance evaluation. So social self-esteem is a positive predictor of money. Makeup, money spent makeup per month. So Gentinas and colleagues said that adolescent girls reported to use makeup because they want to feel admired by the public. So, and also, besides that, they also think that it is a ritual from the teenagers to get to the adulthood. And makeup also can be used as a strategy to enhance social status. So our conclusion is that our study suggests that makeup usage may enhance women's confidence to deal with social situation. And also there are a lot of studies that say that women are considered to be more confident, have more prestige, and higher sexuality as well. But there are a lot of things that attribute to, besides health and etc. And women with greater social self-esteem give more importance to the appearance, resulting in more makeup usage. So thank you very much. If you have some questions, I will have to say.
Other questions, please? No?
It's okay, you can talk to me later. So our next talk, is Larissa. So Larissa is from UFRN, Federal University from Rio Grande do Norte. And she's my ex-supervisor student, and so it's kind of home too. And she's going to present Girls Wanna Have More Than Fun.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. As Antonieta said, my name is Larissa Alves, and I'm a graduated student from Laboratório de Evolução do Comportamento Humano. I am a previous student. And let's start. Okay, mate market has some variables, okay? They are partner availability, desired qualities, market value, and evaluation of an ideal partner. That's different from a real partner, okay? Market value can be configured by how much the individual presents characteristics that can be desired by a potential partner, okay? And that's compared to the competitors, so it's like a competition area. In this case, we are going to use self-perceived market value, and in other words, there is self-evaluation. Individual differences can influence mate choice, and it can vary according with sex and sexual orientation. The aims of the study were to verify if the attractiveness domain of women's self-perception can be related with the idealization of a romantic partner for short-term relationships, okay? And investigate differences according to sexual orientation and characteristics preferred for a long-term partner in a speed dating. So, you should be asking me, what is a speed dating? I presume Brazilian people in audience, at least the ones who was born before 2000s, are similar with the term sessão da tarde. Sessão da Tarde, to the non-Brazilian people present here in audience, it's a TV program that exhibits old movies, really. Most of them repeated tons of time. And in this program, PES, a really famous movie in Brazil that's Hit, The Cure for a Common Man. In Portuguese, I think it's Hit, O Conselheiro Amoroso. So in this movie, this is a super Sessão da Tarde classic, okay? In this movie, there is a scene, this one, the PES, speed dating. One of you guys remember this movie? Okay, so in other words, speed dating, it's short dates, then people paired up, and they have a few minutes to meet a lot of people. So when you go to something like this, you should know or don't what do you want in a partner, okay? So 42 participants accepted to participate to this work. 17 non-heterosexual and 25 heterosexual women. They were all single, over 18 years old, and recruitment, it was through poster and social media. After to accept to participate, and they sign an agreement term, and they answer a questionnaire. A questionnaire for self-perception as a romantic partner, and idealization for short and long-term partner according to 3 domains. They are attractiveness, that can be beautiful face, pretty body, health, sociability, that can be social, good humor, fidelity, and resource, that can be finance, intelligence, and yes, that's it. So, in speed dating, I told you guys that they speak with each other for a few minutes. And in this speed dating specific, they talk with 3 minutes in interaction with each participant. And at the end, they answer the questionnaire to choose a partner. So the participants could choose more than one partner, a partner for a short-term relationship and a partner for a long-term relationship. So they talked freely. There is not actually a questionnaire that they could ask to meet the person. They talk what they want to talk for 3 minutes and change the participant until everybody has to talking with each one, okay? Okay, to see the normality of the data, we use Shapiro-Wilk. Spearman test to make correlation between self-perception attractiveness domain with the other domains. To investigate the differences according sexual orientation, we use t-test to parametric data and Mann-Whitney to non-parametric data. Okay. This is a correlation graph, and the blue color means that's a positive correlation, and the red color means that's a negative correlation. So the bigger the circle, the bigger the correlation, okay? So here, it's a non-heterosexual women correlation graph, and we can see that for short term, the self-evaluation attractiveness domain has a positive correlation with short-term attractiveness idealization, okay? And also can see that for long-term, they have also an attractiveness, also a positive correlation to the attractiveness idealization and the self-evaluation attractiveness. This is a correlation from heterosexual women, and to short-term, we couldn't see. There is not correlation, but when we see it, that's interesting. For long-term, the self-evaluation attractiveness domain has a positive correlation with the attractiveness idealization, and the domain of resource also. So here it's to analyze the differences between sexual orientation, okay? So in this bar chart, we can see that the attractiveness domain to non-heterosexual women and heterosexual women, we couldn't see the difference. But when analyzed these block spots, these 2 block spots graphs, we can see that heterosexual women idealize a partner that score more in social and resource domain than non-heterosexual women. Okay, to conclude, the idealization differences may be related with the highest demand of heterosexual women for characteristics in their partners associated to investment in their children. So, the relation between higher attractiveness and higher idealization shows that non-heterosexual women are looking for other characteristics, fewer related with investment in children, different than the heterosexual women that choose partners that have a higher scores in other domains that I show you, that was resource and social. And that's it. Thank you, guys. That was my first presentation. And I really appreciate. Questions?
Questions? No?
Okay. You
Thank
can talk
you,
to me
Larissa.
later also.
And now, você vai abrir lá? Now it's the co-author of my presentation. Or you have some question? Okay.
Thank you for your presentation. I've got one question. That you said that non-heterosexual women tend to value other aspects other than resources and social ability, but it was not clear to me what they were valuing. Could you explain it again? Em português?
É melhor português.
Tá. Então, é isso que ficou claro para mim, que a diferença, né, entre mulheres heterossexuais e não heterossexuais, e que as não heterossexuais valorizavam outras coisas além de recursos e aspectos sociais, né? Mas o que elas valorizaram? Qual que foi as correlações positivas das mulheres não heterossexuais?
Não, então, eu não falei que elas não valorizavam. Eu falei que... Eu falei?
Não.
Ah, tá. Meu Deus, eu gelei agora.
Valorizavam
menos. Eu tô
menos.
nervosa, gente. Peraí, calma, deixa eu respirar. É porque no trabalho, eu acho que eu posso até colocar aqui no gráfico. Oh my God, I have to speak in English. Okay. Okay, I didn't say that they don't. I really didn't understand very well your question, but I said that heterosexual women, when we do the correlation, they have a positive correlation in the attractiveness domain of self-perception with the attractiveness domain of the ideal partner, because the aims of the word is to see this kind of correlation, okay? But when we look to heterosexual women, we couldn't see this correlation between the self-perceived attraction to the idealized attraction for short term. So that's why I'm saying that heterosexual women choose partners that score more. They have a higher scores in the other domains, because the non-heterosexual women actually, yes, they choose the attractiveness, but the heterosexual women choose resource and social. I think that's clear, right? I'm sorry, the Portuguese, I was nervous. Anyone?
Any more questions?
That's okay? You want to say the other one? The other one is the heterosexual women. There isn't correlation actually to short term. Only when they are going to choose long. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Larissa. And now is Caio. Presentation.
Good evening. Hello, my name is Caio Silva. I'm a little nervous, so don't be mindful. Okay, my name is Caio Silva. I am a PhD student at the University of São Paulo. My advisor is Professor Jaroslava Varela Valentova. Today I'm here to talk to you about a small slice of my PhD research, that is the effect of the partner's characteristics on female orgasm. First, the theory behind. One question that I heard a lot is why a man is researching about the female orgasm. And that's fine. What happened is that in my master's degree, I made a research evaluating the difference in the quality of sexual life of heterosexual women and homosexual women. I found that homosexual women had more orgasms, they were happier with their sexual life, and they wanted to have more sex than they were able to. Heterosexual women wanted to have less sex, but my data wasn't able to show me why it was different. I only knew that there was a difference between women in a relationship with someone from the same sex and women in a relationship of different sex. So my PhD was organized in a way so I could ask what they do, how this partner behaves during the sex that allows him or her to help the women to have more orgasms. One of the first problems that I found was the most basic, the definition. There isn't a proper definition of what is a female orgasm. Most authors try to create the definitions that focus on the psychological aspects or the biological aspects, and some try to create a biopsychological definition. Maston and et al., they use a definition that was proposed in an international congress. It wasn't just her trying to find the answer alone. It had more than 1,000 participants, 200 committees, 60 countries being represented by professionals of sexual health. And they decided that female orgasm in the human female is a viable transient peak sensation of intense pleasure, creating an altered state of consciousness, usually accompanied by involuntary rhythmic contractions of the pelvic striatic circumvaginal musculature, often with concomitant uterine and anal contractions and myotonia that resolves the sexual-induced vasocongestion, sometimes only partially, usually with induction of well-being. Or this isn't much sensual if you pay attention, but they try to unite the biological side and psychological subjective feeling. But there is a problem. This definition don't take into account the women who can have orgasm by thoughts alone, or women who can have orgasm by eating a specific food, or even have orgasm while sleeping. This is a very genital focused definition. And there is another problem for us in the evolutionary field. These definitions are, like Wagner and Pavsev said, none of the published definitions amount to anything like a definition in technical sense. At most, they can be seen as descriptive characterizations of what one calls an orgasm in women. None of these definitions are suitable for a broader comparative study of evolutionary roots of female orgasm. So we can compare the subject feelings with another primates, if you wanted. I remember reading an article recently about if rats have orgasm or not. The author said he was sure that the female rat felt intense pleasure. I don't know how he could say that, but he did. There are a lot of possible functions for the female orgasm. The history about the study of the evolutionary functions is full of speculations and very little data to support them. Some of the possible functions are it positively reinforce the behavior, encourage pursuit of sex. It encourages to form intimate relationships because it releases oxytocin. It signals satisfaction. Satisfaction helps the men, mainly, because the sperm competition. If the woman is satisfied, there is a lower chance that she will try to find another partner to have sex. There is also the theory that female orgasm helps sperm transport, but this one, I believe, is the weakest from all, because most studies couldn't find the data to support that. What they found actually was that Levine, he said that female orgasm, in fact, delays the sperm transport, not helps, but it delays because when the sperm is inside the vagina and the clitoris is stimulated, the female body releases substance that capacitate the sperm so it will be able to make the travel to the egg. So instead of helping the transport, it will delay, but with a good reason. And finally, it increases testosterone levels. This brings benefits in general to the women. So to my project, I got two main hypotheses. They are based in two ideas. One, not every intercourse results in female orgasm, so a convincing evolutionary hypothesis must explain the irregularity in which it occurs. And orgasm can serve a variety of context-sensitive functions. What do I mean by context-sensitive functions? The first researchers had a problem trying to understand why the female orgasm happens more frequently in a long-term relationship, and why it happens more frequently with partners who show signs of good genes. They all thought that there should be one definitive situation that could bring more orgasms. But they thought it was contradictory. But in fact, the answer is very simple. In one situation, the female is selecting a specific kind of partner. In the other situation, she is selecting another partner. The main hypothesis is that side choice, female orgasm acts as a mechanism by which women increase their chance of conceiving with men of superior genetic quality. And pair bond, it works to physiological and psychological behavioral link the women with a higher investment potential partner. And another theory that I found in my I added a new questionnaire because of that, is that female orgasm may select empathic partners. Because as they said, you have to be able to delay your own pleasure and pay attention to your partners and see what they need to reach orgasm. And this kind of self-control would only be possible with men or women with higher levels of empathy. Present study. My main objective here, to investigate a possible influence of partners' characteristics on frequency and quality of female orgasm. Our sample was composed of 981 women from mean age of 27 years. All participants were over 18 years old, and they had active sexual life in the last 6 months. The participants also answered 3 questionnaires that I will show to you. 874 male partners and 107 female partners. They were all invited through social media, mainly Instagram. I paid to Instagram to advertise my research. It was very successful. I got a lot of clicks, 2,070 clicks on my link, and in the end, 1,300 complete answers. This is what I used on my social media. I contracted a friend to do this ad. There is a fun fact about QR code. Yeah, I heartily suggest you to use. Not because people click or use the QR code, in fact, but they see a QR code, they think you are a professional. They think it's a more serious research, even if they don't use it. A lot of people came to me to talk about, oh, you have a QR code, nice, such technology. It was cool, so use it. The instruments, they were all available online on Qualtrics because of the pandemic. Unfortunately, we had to delay the data collection because people's sexual life was different because of the pandemic. So I was afraid that my data would only represent the sexual life affected by COVID, not the general sexual life. So I used a marital empathy questionnaire, 36 items in which participants evaluate their spouses, informing how often they perform certain actions. It had behavioral empathy, cognitive, and emotional. Female Sexual Function Index, FSFI, 19 questions that address 6 domains of sexual response: desire, arousal, lubrication, orgasm, the focus of this work, satisfaction, and pain. We had 2 versions of the FSFI. It was for heterosexual relationship and homosexual relationship. And sexual partner characteristics. I asked 7 questions. I asked about 7 characteristics of the partner, and the participant could give a score from -3 to +3. I asked about the level of kindness, intelligence, health, physical attractiveness, income or financial prospects, femininity, masculinity, and dominance. Method. The first batch of data analysis was exploratory. We made some correlations, and we found only weak correlations. So even our regression was able only to explain 60% of the variation. So I had to be creative and think about, I'm using all the participants at the same time, and I can't find a characteristic that influence the occurrence of orgasm. But what if women with different easiness to achieve orgasm have different partners? So I got the question about, easiness to have orgasm alone and using to interact with all the independent variables. Our results showed that easiness to have orgasm alone explained 28% of the variation of the orgasm domain. Or what means that if women who is able to reach orgasm alone, this skill helps her a lot to have orgasm with a partner. And you have some results that I find they are very interesting, and I'm trying to explain. You can see here, women who have a very difficult time to reach orgasm alone, when their partner has higher behavioral empathy, their sexual life is worse. And you start to wonder, but isn't this a good characteristic? Wouldn't it be useful for her to have orgasm? I have a theory. Perhaps in this kind of relationship, the fact that the partner has a high level of empathy, behavioral empathy, is what keeps the couple together. Probably the sex isn't important, so higher empathy, worse sexual life, but they keep together because of the empathy. Also, women who have easy time to reach orgasm, the partner intelligence also negatively impact. And I start to wonder if you are the dumber, the better, I don't know. But it may be the fact that females who have an easy time to reach orgasm, they would have orgasm anyway. So the partner characteristic in this case, in this specific case, doesn't count. Some of my conclusions are in limitations. The results show that the characteristics and level of empathy of the partner have impact on the frequency of orgasm, but I need to understand better how they impact and why. The partner-related variables have different impact depending on the needs of the participant. The data analysis is still in progress, so it's a work in progress. And the overall FSFI score and orgasm domain did not show normal distribution. Most of our sample had high scores in the sexual life and orgasm. This is far from the normal, from the population, which means that we probably invited people who liked sex a lot, and this had an impact in our results. Thank you.
Thank you for the talk, Kyle. Does someone want to have any question?
Thank you. You used the word compassion or altruism for the partner who you can't hear. It's okay? Okay. You used the word, I don't think I get it, compassion or altruism to evaluate the partner role in female orgasms. What was the word you used? No. Empathy. How do you assess empathy of the partner?
We asked the women about what they felt the partner's behavior was like. I thought it was the best solution because the male partner could answer, I am very empathetic, I always help her, but what really matters is what she thinks about him, even if she is wrong about what he does. So we asked the women.
And also, did you ask if the women thought that themselves were empathic?
No, we didn't ask about their own empathy level.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? No? So thank you very much. And so I think so thank you very much for today and for the presence of you all. If you want to talk to me about my presentation because you didn't like, kidding, because I was a little bit nervous, and I think everybody noticed. So if you want to talk to me, I will be in the barbecue today, and it's going to be at 7. The name of the barbecue is Ponteio. Ponteio Jaguaré will be there. So who want to meet and have some barbecue is everything you can eat. It's all you can eat with sushi and salad too. So it's not just barbecue. If you're a vegetarian, you're welcome too. So thank you.